Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us. Welcome back to DTD for the 5-10-25 no limit hold'em cash game. Today, you're joined by me, Charlie Reid, and James Atkin. Welcome to the booth, James.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Much appreciated.
Yeah, it should be a fun one ahead today, James. We've got some real action players on this table. Really excited to see how the action unfolds tonight, and really special to be back at DTD again. Atmosphere is always great here, action's plentiful around the room. Let's see what unfolds for tonight.
Yeah, the new set looking great. You know, played a couple of tournaments at Dusk recently, and the new set just the focal point now of the club. It's looking great, and let's see what kind of action these players are going to generate for us tonight.
So today's lineup, we've got Asif Ilyas, Ali Ayub, James Jagger, Vinny Kotecha, Leo Farodoye, Hubert, and Nik Conlon. I think Nick is running late today. So we've seen bits of Hubert and Nick last week. Hubert was actually very, very impressive in last week's stream, considering it was his first time on the live stream for DTD. Clearly pretty new to poker, but seemed to understand the game very well. Definitely held his own. And some of these players I've played with around DTD, don't know that much about them, but I'm sure we're about to find out tonight. Seems like it's going to be an action-packed one, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, don't underestimate the dauntingness of playing on stream for the first time. I remember making a final table long ago. My first final table that I made, and I definitely played as if you know, when someone's looking at your cards, essentially, you feel very self-aware of not wanting to make a mistake, things like that. You know, sometimes when you play poker, you can sort of fold and never tell anybody about it, and that's not quite the case when your whole cards are recorded. So it can be a bit daunting, but you know, a couple of these guys have been on the stream already in the last couple of weeks, so hopefully they won't have too many nerves.
So this game is going to be blinds 5 and 10 with an optional 25 straddle. In episode 1 and 2 of DTD Live, we did have the 25 become compulsory at some stage. I expect at some point during this game that might be the same, but for now we begin as 5-10.
Yeah, my drink's on floor. Charlie Beans, yeah. And James Atkin. Charlie and James, welcome to the jungle, lads.
So really nice to see there's some table chat already. Everybody seems relaxed. Only early doors in the stream.
Alrighty, here we go. Got a pop in. Early doors. Leo opening the 9-10 suited. And James 3-betting. What just happened here? Did 9-10 suited just fold?
Yeah, interesting fold
Wow.
there. Deciding it's too early to get involved with the 10-9 suited. Then if he's folding 10-9 suited to 3-bets, then maybe James can attack him a little bit more tonight.
Yeah, that's quite a surprising fold, actually. That was usually kind of go into your automatic defending range, I would say. Lots of playability with 9-10 suited.
So everybody today playing relatively deep stacks ranging from 5k to 2k, and it's interesting that Ali's decided to buy him for the least amount, but he has the most chips. So let's see how he puts them to use tonight, James.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I always like having lots of chips as well. You kind of see that at the World Series of Poker main event, they always have lots of chips. Makes it kind of look daunting when you do, but when they're small denomination, not always the same. But yes, let's see. But there's in the mix there. Folding 9-10 suited, it's just a little bit too tight for my liking. Let's hope the game loosens up a little bit.
Nothing tight about this hand. We've got King 7 off, Queen 3 off, and Jack 10 off in the mix.
That's more like it.
Going on the board. Not enough going on the board for either player at the moment. However, King of Diamonds and Queen of Diamonds in hand. And Ilyas just coming in for the stab with the Queen 3. Not going to get the job done though, while Vinny's holding that card.
Doesn't get there though, so now it's just King High, it's Queen High.
So as you can see there, today's chip counts, we've got Jagger with 5k, Hubert with 4, Leo with 3.5, Vinny with 3.3, Ilyas with 2.1, and Ali with 2k. So all players playing at least 200 big blinds. I expect this game could definitely get bigger as the night goes on. And just really, really excited, James, to see how tonight's action unfolds here at Dusk Till Dawn.
Don't want to be getting yourself in any huge predicaments early doors. So the players have a little bit of time to settle in now and get themselves comfortable. And we've got plenty of action, plenty of time to see things evolve.
So currently playing 6-handed, Leo decides to open up the Jack 8 suited from the low Jack. Jagger coming along with the call. Hubert likes his ace Jack. And would you believe it, Vinny, Ilyas and Nik follow along, and just like that, fast as you like, we unfold into a 6-way pot. Will the carnage begin early doors? And look at that, already it has. We've got top pairs in there, we've got a set. I thought he was a straight as well, but just a couple of good shots.
Yeah, top pair with a gut shot, that's certainly reason to continue. We've got Ilyas with middle pair and a back door, so a little something for 4 of the players at least. But certainly ace jack suited and 7s here, we're going to see a confrontation. So let's see how this proceeds. We've got a bet in on the flop. Jack 8 suited and ace jack suited continuing. And there you go, that's going to make the ace jack suited feel even better about their hand than they already do.
Yeah, this turn could have a lot of action. We could potentially be seeing stacks going in on our very first multi-way hand of the night. And look at this, the pinks are flying in already. Of course, worth 100 in value. Lots of those going to be getting passed around tonight, potentially some plaques. But will all the money go in here at the very start of the night?
Well, I think Hubert's probably just got a hand that he's going to want to call with on the turn. No massive reason to raise here, I wouldn't say. Maybe going to want his opponent to continue firing with weaker hands. He just call, and maybe a little bit of an action killer there on the river. 4 to a straight now, of course. 7s don't love that card. Their hand just went down in strength quite considerably. King Queen is certainly a possible holding for both players. I think. How did this go on the river? 700
and a call. Yeah, some nice value there from Jagger.
Yeah, nice little small value bet on the river. It's going to be hard to let that one go with ace jack suited, getting somewhere around the region of 5 to 1 or something. So he could have got a nicer run out with the backdoor diamonds, but in the end could have also lost more in that hand.
And straight away, Jagger goes up to play in the 7k stack. Just want to quickly address as well. There was an echo just at the start of tonight's stream. DTD is still working in progress with its streams, improving little by the week, making such an investment to get these streams up and running for you guys. And yeah, very much still a work in progress. We're doing all that we can to make this the most enjoyable experience for us all. I'm having a good time already. What about you, James?
You'll see.
Yeah, now we sorted that issue out. It's probably my fault. I like to have things loud. Getting in my old age, you know, having things loud in the headphones helps me a little bit. So
here we go. So Vinny getting involved with the 7-4 suited. Queen 8 is good enough for Ilyas, and Leo making the loose defend here with the 9-3 suited.
It was him. What are you trying to say anyway? We all know the same.
So Vinny actually flopping 2 pair here, and unless Leo or Ilyas decides to get spicy early doors, he should be taking this one down with a continuation bet.
Good dodge, good dodge. The similar personalities dodge. Everyone watching knows what you really meant.
And just like I said, unless anybody fancies getting spicy, Leo decides that donking on 10-7 is going to work for him this hand. However, it's not going to be enough to scare Vinny off his 2 pair just yet.
oh, absolutely, and he's going to feel a little bit more comfortable now as well with the flush draw. He's happy to check that back with his showdown value. It's like he's going to have a tough decision on the river though. Leo goes for it. You kind of call there. I missed the action.
Yeah, it looked that way straight away tonight. The action is unfolding. The atmosphere on this table is great. Already chips are flying about. This is definitely a seatbelt on worthy moment, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not shying away these players now. You know, that's not an easy call on the river there, and it's quite a ballsy bet with 9 high. Obviously, no other way to win the pot, and no aggression faced on the turn. So felt like he had a reasonable chance of picking it up, but didn't quite work out.
On to the next one, folded round into the cutoff. I assume that we've got the 50 straddle on here, guys, because it says 5, 10, 25, but that would be a pretty large open. I'm assuming Vinny's open 3x there. We've missed the straddle. And chips firing in from Ilyas's direction. He finds queens in the early doors.
Yeah, absolutely. Queens extremely strong, of course.
3 betting to 25% of his chip stack. Let's see if anybody else can find something to get involved with. And just taking that one down pre, so it looks.
Yeah, ace 10 off, just...
Oh, we missed that.
Oh.
So it seems that Vinny decided that ace 10 off is good enough to proceed and be going post-flop here. And straight away...
I know, I was about to say ace 10 off, maybe just a little bit weak to defend.
Oh, now he could be in some trouble here, James, because the SPR has
Oh,
won
wow,
and he's led all in.
He's donked all in, and yes, even though the 3 spades are out there, still going to feel pretty happy with your overpair.
And here we go, just like that. We've got a huge pot, and he's going to be needing to find an ace or a 10, otherwise it's going to be scooping the opposite way. Oh, look at that on the river, it's sick! Straight away! The action unfolding here at Dusk Till Dawn, and Vinny gets it in dominated shape and takes it down.
That's a pretty brutal one.
Absolutely incredible scenes early on here at the 5, 10, 25, and look at that. Straight away, the 50 straddle, instant service, carnage to the game.
So Charlie, what's the rule on running it twice? Have they been doing it, or are we running it once only here on the stream?
So in the previous episode, some players have been running it twice, and as far as I'm aware, the rules remain the same today. It'll just be done at the discretion of the players. Didn't see any mention of twice there.
No.
Just running it once that time.
I believe so.
And straight away...
Stacked early doors.
Not the ideal start. Getting it in with queens, with the best hand, and then losing the hand. I'm sure he'll be looking for his fortune to change as the stream progresses. And here we have Nik. Friend of the stream, played with us last week. We'll be looking to have some better luck today. He did have tough times in the last episode, but straight away with a very playable hand in 9-10 suited, opening up the dealer button.
Yeah, absolutely. Very standard, and going to be up against sevens, and kind of an interesting flop here. A nice flop in many ways for both of them. Sevens.
Right, so Nik's missed a potential c-bet spot here, James, on 3-8-6 Rainbow. I expect he should be betting this with the overpaid advantage. However, deciding to check back and realise his equity with his 10 high. Jagger allowed to opt for some protection on the turn, but he's not going to like that card. A potential card that Nik could bluff.
Yeah,
but Nik's going to have to go for this now with no showdown.
You got to think that he's going to perceive that Nik has a lot of ace-x in his check-back flop range. So, yeah, definitely not a nice card for sevens to see. Also, backdoor clubs got there, which he does block, of course, with the 7 of clubs, so makes it a little bit less likely. But yeah, a nice bet there by Nik, and gets it through.
So James deciding to not hero with the sevens, and Nik straight away with a better start than what he had in last week's episode. Sending best wishes of run good to Nik for today's show.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's funny. Yeah, I think you're right that the check on the flop may be a little unorthodox, but it actually worked to his advantage there, because it made his hand look very much like he could have ace high, ace queen, ace jack, ace king, etc. And with the ace on the river, allowed him to take that pot down. Let's hope Asif is not just had enough. Is he pulling a Phil Hellmuth on us here, do you reckon, Charlie?
What was that? Sorry, James, I missed that.
Sorry, I was just saying, you know, Asif got stacked early doors, hasn't quite returned to the table yet. I wonder if he's pulling a Phil Hellmuth on us.
Yeah. Be interesting to see whether he joins in. You can't end that early, surely. He needs to come back, get the best of it again, and hopefully it can stand up for him this time.
I was thinking poker, you know, if you get your money in good in that kind of situation, yes, you're going to lose sometimes, but it's not too tilting when you lose in this manner. It's a lot more tilting when you maybe make a mistake or something like that, but that hand played out in such a way that, you know, Queen's played it well and just got unlucky. So I imagine he's not too tilted and will return soon. Just so little pot for the threes here. Not the most favourable board for pocket threes, but also not the most favourable board for 6-7 offsuit.
So now would be a good time to remind you guys that action is always plentiful here at DTD Nottingham, one of the UK's most famous poker rooms. The WPT 500 returns May the 24th to 29th, bank holiday weekend. It's going to be a 500 guaranteed prize pool, 500k guarantee, £560 buy-in main event. It will also feature 2 high rollers, each with 100k guarantees, and there will be no online satellites for this tournament. It will be all live at DTD. Cash games are always plentiful at dusk till dawn, ranging from 1-1 up to the demand of the players. Basically, you can have as big as you like, and today we can provide you with some of that action in a 5, 10, 25 on stream for you guys tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. WPT 500, always a good event. Always gets the action flowing. Lots of players descend on DTD for that weekend. Nice little warm up before the World Series.
Yeah, Vegas is just so close now. It's 4 weeks today until I fly out, James. Excitement is really, really high.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. How long are you going out for?
3 months.
Wow, 3 months, really?
Yeah, I fancy an American summer, but until then, the action is here at DTD, James.
You're like the opposite to me. I once flew to Aussie Millions, and I was on the plane home after 3 days.
Oh dearie me.
So yeah, three months. That's quite an impressive stint. You have a lot of heart to get to Vegas for 3 months.
Also worth noting here at DTD, this week we have a £120 buy-in, DTD 100 with 20 added WPT 500 seats. Now, is that value or what? And that is also a monthly event now at DTD. And if that's not enough for you, the APAT UK Championships return May the 17th to the 21st. It also includes a 50,000 guaranteed £120 buy-in main event and APAT medal mixed games including stud. Everything for you here at DTD coming up.
Yeah, and yeah, that Dusk Till Dawn 100 event has been popping. You know, I realised that live poker is kind of the in thing at the moment. Everywhere's doing pretty well, but more than 1,000 entries every month in that Dusk Till Dawn 100 so far, and no reason to see that stopping. So yeah, definitely a good one. If you fancy some live poker, entry fee not too extortionate there, you know, and a very big prize pool as well.
Straight back into the action here, Vinny, with no choice but to bluff the 8 high, and a very well-timed call by Jagger with the second pair. And straight away, James, I get this feeling we've got a few faces on here that are not shy to throw in a bluff. Very, very good to watch for the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a few spots where you know, their hands wouldn't win a showdown, and they haven't been shy to go for it, and that's what you need in a nice cash game stream. We don't want players playing nuts against nuts, do we? It's it's going to be much more exciting to see, you know, how players can manipulate pots and take them down with weak hands. And fortunately, no Phil Helmuth there by Asif. He's come back, hoping to have a bit more luck in this stream later on.
It's a Rolex symbol, which is quite ironic because I don't own a Rolex. A little bit? Yeah. Sorry, it's alright, isn't it? Ilyas done it. He got done. Vinny's taking no prisoners today. He told me before anyway, he said, anyone from Leeds, I'm going after him.
So early doors, James Jagger already up 2.5k. Vinny also about 2.5k. Nice start for those guys.
Yeah, very, very good for your confidence in these streams games. Just to get off to a 2,000 green, exactly what all players would have had in mind after just a short period of play so far. Really just getting the feeling of how action-packed this table is tonight, James. We could see some huge pots tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the game's only going to grow as players reload, so yeah, we could absolutely see some big pots here. plenty of money on the table. More than 20k, there must be, if I'm roughly doing the quick maths there. So, yeah. And players most likely going to remain on the stream, so it's just going to get deeper and deeper as the evening goes on. So possibly a slightly loose defend here with the King 8 offsuit, but
yeah, I really like this squeeze up with the King Jack off, especially with the dead money in the pot. Vinny, a tad loose here with the King 8 off, gonna get himself into some trouble on certain boards, calling the 3-bet. Gonna be up against the dominating hand a lot of the time, just like he is here. And the Ace Queen 4 is definitely gonna be good for a continue for Leo.
yeah, absolutely. Just got that gut shot Broadway draw, but also with some sort of nice blockers. King Jack blocking some of Vinny's continues, so pretty hard to continue here with just the King 8 offsuit, no backdoors of note. So you've got to imagine this one's going to get through, and it does.
Definitely no complaints for the viewers there. Vinny's certainly happy to give some action. I'm sure we'll be seeing much more of him involved tonight.
It's King Queen of Clubs. Just don't think it was. It's not fucking King 2, is it? There's only 2 or 3 options, isn't there? He's welcome. Yes, James.
So Jagger bumping it up here to 350 with the King 4 of clubs. Another player definitely not shy to give some action, and here's Vinny again, committing the £300 with the 7-3 suited.
And continuing with some shenanigans in mind, floating the flop here with just a couple of back doors, pretty optimistic ones at that as well. You know, Jagger now with reasons to like his hand. He has a pair, he has a gut shot, he has the nut flush draw, so definitely going to see a river here.
Yeah, this is one of the likes we've seen in battle, James. Just blocking the King Queen and picking up so much more equity. Try and put some pressure on weak Ace-X and Jack-X. However, look at that.
That is the nuts. And he's checked it right on over to Vinny, trying to give him some rope. And Vinny is sat there with 7 high and no way of winning this pot without bluffing. And he's just considering what can his opponent have. Can he represent a flush, perhaps?
Yeah,
which unfortunately is what his opponent has.
This is a real test of Vinny's heart here, and he's definitely got that, the lad. However,
yeah,
it's just really bad timing for him.
Yeah, you've got to give credit here. This is pretty big bets. 1.2k and faces the bad news straight away. We see a snap fold or a little bit of Hollywood just to make it seem like he wasn't messing around.
That was one board. Right hand.
Shows 1 card and kind of irrelevant really when you're holding 7-3 of hearts, but still a little bit of information.
Is that a game you play where people just show 1 card?
So we're just, every showdown, we're just showing 1 random card.
Right.
Any card or...
No, it's not a random card, it's the card for the
And it seems like the players have made a little bit of an agreement to show one of their cards at Showdown. So that could spice the action up just a little bit. Always good to tease your opponent a little bit when you can pick which one of your cards to show. Sometimes you can make it seem like you had a bluff when you actually didn't, and vice versa. So Vinny here opening the hijack. Jack 7 off.
That's what you are? The other day?
James feeling pretty good. Had a good start to the session. He's defending here in the big blind. But nothing for either player, and we see this check down to the river. And this is going to be a chop pot.
The money card. That is the money card, isn't it?
Of course, the king playing there. Both players' kick is irrelevant. I guess they'll both be quite happy to get half of that pot, given their whole. So we can see that James Jagger made an incredible start. Nearly 10k on the table now for him. Lots of pinks stacked up high.
I'll have 50 on James. 50 on James.
Oh, that's good for me.
Ship it.
Oh! Yeah, next one.
Are you out? Alright.
Really nice to see in the early doors. The players at the table just having lots of fun here. I can't even really tell what's going on, to be honest.
No, I
Jake.
was just trying to figure out what they were doing, but maybe some kind of side bet there. It seemed like they were rabbit hunting, even though the full board was out.
They all left when I got stacked first time. It halved when I got stacked first time. The females halved anyway.
I think as if insinuating that the number of viewers watching the stream halved when you got stacked. If I'm hearing that correct. I have heard that.
For those of you just joining us now, this is the 5, 10, 25 no limit holding cash game stream here at Dusk Till Dawn Casino Nottingham. The action has definitely kicked off already. Been a few bluffs thrown in, and I expect today we're going to see some big pots. Episode 1 and 2, a success. The stream here at Dusk is definitely a work in progress, still improving slowly. The club has invested lots of money into making the stream a better experience for you guys, and we are getting there, so bear with us. But for now, 5, 10, 25 at Dusk Till Dawn, WPT 500 coming at the end of the month. Lots of action here at Dusk Till Dawn, and I'm going to be happy to guide you through tonight's action with myself, Charlie Reid, and James Atkin in the booth.
No, don't be silly.
So I believe the 5-10 has now got a mandatory 25 involved as well, as I expected would happen earlier. It looks like the 50's on there as well. Vinny happy to be in the 50 straddle. Always good for the game.
Yeah, let's get that double straddle in there. That's going to make the stakes, of course, play a lot higher. Quite a lot higher when you know the initial stakes are 5-10, and now you're putting in a £50 ante. Sorry, not an ante, a straddle. So Leo here on the button with queens. Vinny picks up a gut shot on the turn, but to the low end of the straight, not too exciting. And
Interesting that Leo chose to check back this one. This is one I'd like to have seen him bet, but obviously just be a little bit more careful here and try to control the pot with the paired board out there.
yeah, certainly some reasons to bet. Maybe for a little bit of protection. There's you know, a lot of runouts that can sort of deteriorate the quality of your queens. You know, not holding a diamond and such, but can also be a little bit deceptive when you check this flop. But didn't get Vinny to put any more chips in, unfortunately for him, and just takes it down with the queens on the turn.
And look at this, Vinny straight away off the bat with an 81% VP. Definitely a fun player to watch, and he's going to be a credit to our stream table here at DTD tonight.
Yeah, 4/5 of pots involved in so far. That's on the high side, to say the least. Of course, a small sample, given that we've only been playing for just over 30 minutes. But nevertheless, maybe an indication of things to come.
And for all the viewers at home, if you're looking to give anyone a shout out or send your best wishes, stick them in the chat for us. Me and James can give a big shout out to whoever you are wanting to win tonight. And anybody with any questions on the theory-based side of things, or just want to have a little chat about something, then send your messages over. We're going to be happy to get involved with you guys today. And look at this, we've got Vinny with a genuine hand, getting the action from Jagger with the 7-5 suited. Could be a flop, he could be putting some more money into as well, but Vinny deciding just to bang it all in.
Wow, okay. I mean, and that's actually going to work out quite well for him in this hand, because would have been tricky to proceed against the 5-7 suited here.
And there you go. Vinny's not messing around. Vinny is not messing around. Ace high or better, just bang it all in, the lad says.
And this was 6 times pot over jam, right? Just yeah, it's a little bit dangerous, shall we say? You know, it's going to be very difficult to get any value from this bet, and sometimes they're just going to have it, and you're going to be dead. But on this occasion, fortunately for him, it did work out, and little does he know that was probably against his opponent's specific holding, it actually may have been the best bet that he could have made.
Oh yeah, just grip him.
I don't know.
I think I'm not
Okay.
I'm like sweating the cards when I think I like it.
Oh, you jumper, yeah.
Here we go, Nick sticking to the strategy that he implemented in the last session, balancing between that limping and raising, and Leo happy to come along with the 7-5 suited behind. Ali in the cutoff here decides to squeeze it up to 80. It's a pretty small size.
Yes, I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard to, you know, you kind of want folds from the other players when you have King 8 suited, kind of giving them a good price. And also when you do have your strong holdings, you're going to be wanting to make it larger for value. So wow, and here getting really out of line is James Jagger with the 5-3 offsuit. Feels like he's crushing this game so far, and we have Jacks and Ace King behind. So bad timing with that 3 bets. And did Jacks find a way to escape this hand? Looks like Jacks folded here to not quite sure how the action went. You know, they like to play fast here, Charlie, don't they? They're not messing around.
Certainly not wasting any time, but it looks like there's still 2 players with cards here, so that's not the action done.
Ah, okay. Well, that makes sense. I was thinking that was, you know, pretty quick decision with Jacks. So presumably, as if sat here,
Yeah.
Sorry, it's Asif has the ace king, isn't it? My apologies. And so yes, this tank will be the jacks. Quite a lot of action. So we had a 3-bet on the button. Is ace king in the straddle here?
Yeah, ace king was in the straddle, James.
Your queen.
And
looks like he's found the
Hubert
call.
has flicked it in, and we're gonna be off to the races again.
Absolutely, yeah. Extremely big flip here. I mean, the equity's pretty even, although Jack's actually showing here as a 59% favourite. I presume that is because of some of the cards that we know are dead.
Look at that, ace and a king in the window. Not what Hubert would have wanted to see. And he's gonna be drawn into the 2 remaining jacks in the deck. How's about an extra 4 for you though? Needing a queen or a jack on the river. And it's not enough. And ace king gonna scoop it here in the 5.1k pot.
There you go. Just and this can happen in cash games. Can be sometimes you have an extremely strong hand and you have to get it in. I think quite reasonable to get jacks in that spot.
Yeah, really tough one there for Hubert. In a tournament, maybe he might have folded, but in a cash game, you can just reload. He's played very well over the last 2 sessions. I've been impressed with what we've seen for him. Quite a developing poker player. Interesting to note, he actually developed the multiplayer platform for Minecraft.
Wow, really? Okay.
So that's how Hubert has made his way to fame. Now he enjoys to invest in cars and he enjoys to play poker. And may I say, James, he's been doing very well, just unfortunately losing out on the flip here.
Yeah, nothing you can do about flips in poker. Just sometimes you're going to be on the right end of them, sometimes you can be on the wrong end. But I have to thank him for babysitting my children for me then, in the form of Minecraft on their iPads. That's been very helpful to me over the last few years. So.
not to be ironic in any way, shape or form, but he's going to have to just build again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, hopefully that is not the last that we see of him. Really been impressed with what we've seen of him in the last session. He was really one of the standout players in episode 2 of the cash game series here at Dusk Till Dawn. And not too sure if we've lost him there or he was going to get some more chips. Or he's left something on the table.
Yeah. Maybe just going to have a little, reset away from the table and just figure out if he wants to continue.
So, pocket jacks, no good for Hubert, and we are about to continue with the action. Here in the 5-10-25 No Limit Hold'em live at Dusk Till Dawn Casino Nottingham. So when was the last time you came to DTD, James? Has it been a while since you've played?
Actually, was there recently, just this weekend. There was the, I'm forgetting the name of the event. It was a £250 series. I think that they're named after the seasons. I believe there's winter, so it must have been the spring one, presumably. Yeah. No, it was good fun actually. The last couple of times I played at Dusk, been sat at good tables with sort of old friends, people that I've played poker with over the last 10 years. So yeah, had quite good fun. Cards didn't really fall my way, unfortunately, but sometimes poker is about more than the cards and trying to win money. It's nice also to have a bit of social interaction, especially when you're an online player. That can always be a little bit tricky. It's nice to get out live. But yeah, it was a good tournament.
Of course, very well said, sir.
Actually, believe it, yeah, a player on my table ended up winning. That was on my starting table. He went on to win the whole shebang. I believe for sort of north of 20k.
Not a bad payday, to say the least.
Yeah, he was a friendly chap. So, you know, it's always nice when one of the good guys gets the money at the end.
Yeah, and let's just talk about the overall atmosphere in DTD, James. I'm a really big fan of how much of a family the dealers and the staff are, and a lot of the regular players that went missing during COVID are now starting to come back again. Really is a united family in Dust Till Dawn. It's got such a special feel to the card room. Personally, my favourite place to play outside of home in the UK.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would definitely echo that. I've been going to Dust since it first opened. I believe I entered the first tournament there. Certainly the first flagship tournament. Anyway, they used to have the £300 deep stack, which is now carved into the legend of Dust Till Dawn. It used to run once a month, and it was yeah, sort of one of the tournaments that Dusk was built on. I remember that Dusk was set up originally because Rob went to play a tournament and was unable to late register when he didn't quite make the cut-off time, so he wound up on the back of that making his own club. I believe, gosh, it must have been, we must be talking 15 years ago now. I should really check that out. I'll have to Google it later. I'm sure it's in that zone, maybe a little bit longer.
Not to make you feel old in any way, shape or form, James, but 15 years ago I was 8 years old.
Oh gosh, yes, I'm afraid yeah, I've been noticing this as I go to Dust now, like the crowd's getting a little bit older that I know, and I'm definitely considered one of the more old school players now, I would say. I used to be the young kid on the block like yourself, but yeah, I don't think I can say that anymore, sadly. Alrighty, we've got a pot brewing here. Vinny with that 80% VPIP is true to form with that 10-7 offsuit.
Vinny definitely came here with a plan to play and put on a performance for us tonight on stream, deciding that £400 is the value of 10-7 off for this hand.
Yeah, in position is one thing that he has going for him here. We're just waiting on the action closing, I believe. Big blinds doesn't look like a call, and it is indeed not a call. It is an all-in alley with Ace King suited.
What has happened here?
Oh my gosh!
The graphics have had an absolute nightmare. I would be involved in the three-way all-in. Surely this is not all in, James.
I think we've had a misclick here on that. Surely this is a misclick by the. The cards seem to.
The cards are coming out. It looks like we're involved in a three-way all-in here, James.
Has Vinny called this off with the 10-7, obviously, because that takes some heart. He's kind of live, you gotta say. And, oh my God! That is
unbelievable!
They are. Oh my God!
The three-way all-in.
I had to pay the diamond as well. Like, how's he found the offsuit 9?
Incredible scenes.
Well, that is gonna juice this game up, right?
This is why we tune in every week. Get that for action. How'd you like that one?
He's just flicked in the. How many big blinds was this? This was with the straddle. I guess it's 100 bigs, right?
So 10-7 off was originally a £400 hand. We were questioning that. How about a 2.5k hand, James?
Wow, yeah, there was quite a lot of action there. Ace King suited. Pretty happy to rip that in free. I tell you, I played with Ali actually. He was at my table at that £250 event at the weekend, and he didn't really appreciate getting unlucky, shall we say. So I can imagine he's kind of steaming right now. can't say I blame him too much. Got his money in pretty good there. But the 10-7 offsuit was live.
And I tell you what, James, Vinny definitely battling for a regular position on our 5-10-25 stream. This guy is invited all the time. What a player. Very, very fun to watch. And really interesting to see what action unfolds involving Vinny tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you can't complain about the GTO robots in this game. I don't think that's obviously a pretty unorthodox decision there, but it's going to make for an interesting game, definitely now. He's got a lot of chips in front of him there. Obviously, James had that great start, had 10k behind, and he's just taken a pretty decent chunk of that now. I believe 10-7 offsuit, is that Daniel Negreanu's favourite hand? I believe it might be, from
Yeah.
watching over the years. Maybe he's been channeling his inner Daniel Negreanu there. It could be a lucky hand, you know, maybe.
I don't think Vinny's going to be searching for any excuses. He's too busy counting all those chips. So for those of you just joining us now, this is the 5-10-25 here at Dusk Till Dawn. Action is plentiful here on the stream table. Lots of other cash games on offer around the club as well. If you are around in Nottingham, this is the place to be. And lots of more action coming as well. Always lots going on at Dusk Till Dawn. The WPT 500, May the 24th to the 29th returns. 500k guarantee main event. If you're ever looking for an excuse to get to DTD, this would be one of them. And again, the action is unfolding again. King Jack off in the cutoff. Jack 10 for Nick on the button. And we could be going multi-way again here. Vinny's decided 9-4 offs allowed in. Go on, lad.
Yeah, absolutely. It's on the loose side here, of course, but no surprise after what we've seen so far. And does make the best hand on the flop, although there are a couple of pretty decent draws out there. King Jack with the 2 over. Well, I say 2 overs. 2 overs to middle pair, and a good shot to the nuts. Jack 10 also has some nut outs. A king or an 8. And it's King Jack in the cutoff has decided to bet this one. Nick, of course, calls in position.
There you go. Vinny deciding that a 4's coming on the turn. Is he calling or raising? What's going on here, James?
I mean, you know, you can maybe, yeah, I was thinking raising would be pretty optimistic here. Would it be for value? Would it be a bluff? But maybe feels like he has enough equity with middle pair here. But that equity has definitely dropped significantly here to 0% as King Jack turns the nuts. And good spot to get some value here based on his opponent's holding. It's going to be hard for Jack 10 to do anything other than call a turn bet here. So goes for the quite small sizing, just over 1/3 pot.
And Nick setting himself up for some more bad news here. Really tough to get out the way with a 10 in the open-ended straight draw. But
And
4% equity to chop here.
Not got too much behind there either. He's just 1k behind. You're gonna think Vinny lets this one go. Yes, would have to be pretty optimistic to think that your 9 is still good on this board. Jack 10 doesn't manage to. At least he avoided the 8. That would have been a disastrous card, of course. Does fade that, but can't improve, and still left there with what is now second pair, and he will be getting a decent price on this decision, getting about I believe it's like 3-1. But is only really beating bluffs now, of course. Hard to imagine that beating any value bets with just a pair of tens.
Yeah,
And this action.
Nick really in the blender again now. He had a tough time in the last episode, and if he calls this bet, he'll be getting more bad news.
You know, spades do miss, although he does block spades with that 10 of spades, so probably don't want to have a spade here if you're thinking of hero calling. Does block King Jack, which is somewhat relevant. Blocks Queen Jack. I'm trying to think of reasons why this might fall into a call, Charlie, but I mean, just decide that it's too weak. Maybe doesn't seem like the best bluff capture that you could have there.
You're the one's a red jack. It's a black. It's a black jack.
Yeah, nice to see Nick getting out the way there. Would have cost him about another 1,000.
It can always be tricky on the river when you're getting a decent price. You know, his opponent maybe only has to be bluffing 4 of the time or something like that. You can convince yourself sometimes. I'm pretty good at this that they are, but he'll be relieved to see on the stream when he watches it back. He did find a fold there.
It's a bit hard to fix, the kind of work out.
I was trying to figure it out, and I was like, no one sounds like straight and I've got full cards.
I think Vinny's got some championships, Charlie.
I'd like to see the percentage.
Yeah. Nice to see Vinny just settling in, relaxing, enjoying himself behind the stacks of pink chips. He's been the action player so far tonight, providing us all with some very fun hands to watch. I'm sure we're going to see much more of Vinny tonight. Yeah, really good action for the game, and definitely settled in now, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're going full pelt now. Players are in, although Hubert hasn't returned. I seem to notice after getting stacked there in that coin flip with jacks, maybe feeling like he's had enough of the evening. So Leo sat here with queens on the dealer button. It's a pretty nice place to be with a pretty nice hand. Got Vinny in the mixer here as always, and ace 10 as well for Ali. A little bit of something for everybody here. Gonna check through to Leo on the button, who has a pretty clear value bet with an overpair and a gut shot. And ace 10, of course, quite reasonable to continue here with the up and down straight draw. Is it still called an up and down straight draw, Charlie? Have they come up for a new name for that yet?
I was like,
I'm pretty sure that I predate the word 3-bet. Used to be a re-raise when I first started. So
I thought a 3-bet was when you proceed with pocket threes, James. No.
It could also be that. So this 9's a pretty bad card for Leo. Both his opponents could have some 9s in their range, having called them up. He's got to certainly think that Vinny might have quite a lot of 9s, given some of his, players will be aware that Vinny's playing almost all of the hands. So Leo does find a value bet here though, which is pretty nice. It's going to get through, presumably.
Yeah, Vinny definitely did come to play today, just trying to get as much time on stream as he can. Really relaxed on the table now.
Just thinking this one through. Lots of draws out there. Spades, hearts, the 10 of course. Maybe some gut shots could be plausible as well. But just sat there with an 8 with no real redraw. As we see, 13% equity is what he's going to be, that's about what he can expect when his opponent has a real hand.
Let's see if Vinny can use his superpowers again and see if it 8 or... look at this. Has he moved all in?
Oh, wow. I mean, if he's raised here, then this is going to put Leo in a very difficult spot. Although, you sometimes have to think about who your opponent is.
Wow,
and he has moved all in.
He has
wow.
moved all in. This is incredible. So, Vinny definitely good enough to realise that he should have, you know, more likely to have a 9 here than Leo. Really putting him to the sword is Vinny. And now Leo is in a very, very difficult spot.
This
87% equity if he calls it off, but honestly, in the blender with pocket queens here.
So, he does have some things going for him here. He has no heart and no spade, and, you know, you've got to think that this could sometimes be a flush draw, or maybe a combination draw of some description. They would be pretty good bluffs for Vinny, and he doesn't block any of them. He does have some full house outs if Vinny does have a very strong hand. So obviously, you know, you don't really want to be drawing to a full house, particularly. It's only going to be a handful of outs, most likely, but it is a consideration. And definitely got to think about your opponent sometimes. So Vinny could maybe fall victim to his image here. The players will obviously have noticed that he's playing most hands, but he does get it through.
Which one? Anyone?
And he's going to show a card. And it's not going to be the most relevant. I mean, if you show the king, then obviously king 9 is possible. When he shows an 8, there's some strong hands with an 8. Unfortunately, the graphic is just covering the card that he decided to show there. Tricky spot with queens. Certainly losing to a lot of value hands as well, but yeah, another reason that queens could be a good call there doesn't block queen hand.
I'm playing 520, is that right?
Looks like we have a new player, Charlie.
Yeah, who wouldn't want in on this game? The action is plentiful, and Vinny is just the guy that everybody wants to be involved with right now.
I'm not sure you want to be on Vinny's, on that side of Vinny though, right? You want to be...
Yeah, definitely a tough one. He's gonna be involved in a lot of hands, taking the passive route as well. You're gonna go so multi-wave with Vinny behind. He's gonna be pricing people in. People are gonna be squeezing behind potentially. Definitely does create an interesting dynamic to the table.
I could have a 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly going to be unpredictable, and you see Vinny's got some moves in him. Like, it was a pretty nice bluff. It looked like it maybe was some bad timing. His opponent with a fairly strong hand, but works out. You know, that was maybe. It was a good value bet, but it does give you some awkward decisions if they're going to go all in on that instead. It's definitely a tricky spot. I think he's going to be loving life. The 10-7 obviously, massive 4 and 3, and now gets this clip through. Maybe he's been reading Super System. He's on the rush, so he should play the next hand, right?
Surprising Vinny, and I know he likes to fold.
Yes, Tom.
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah. Lovely.
But this board not really hitting any of the players' actual holdings here, so whoever bets first is going to win this one. Or we're just going to check the showdown. And, Vinny will win this if that does happen.
Wins.
No one wants to take a stab here, Charlie. It's 230 quid out there in the middle, you know?
Do you call?
Yeah, 230 quid in this game though, James. I expect to be seeing some much bigger pasta than that.
Yeah, he does.
Players decided to just let that one go.
Yes, I suppose that is smart take.
Sorry, first hand I didn't go all in with Jack Eye. I'm sorry, get me off.
To be fair, it's done over 10 on.
I watched like the second hand of the stream where you've just called with King Island.
Yeah, yeah.
Thinking about
It's
just King
ridiculous, wasn't it?
Like unreasonable
Bro,
goal.
snap.
Yeah, just completely
You know
unreasonable.
what?
Some people get it and some people don't.
The commentators are like, yeah, nothing Vinny can do here. He's just gonna. He's already goaled.
Bro, I was saying this
I
one
think we get trolled there, Charlie. What do you think?
I'm just turning over King Island, right?
From the table there, happy days.
I look forward to the
Yeah, we do see some things in the booth here that are potentially difficult to break down. Some definitely unorthodox plays here. However, that is the most fun thing to see. And Jagger coming in for the raise on the button with the 9-7. Vinny is involved again with the Queen Deuce.
Yeah, I mean, 9-7 might fall into your button opening range. Just about. It's kind of towards the bottom, I would imagine, for most players. But when you have Vinny in the small blind, I'm not sure I'd want to be opening the 9-7 off necessarily, but you are still in position, of course. So maybe James wanting to get involved in more pots against Vinny specifically, but gonna face some bad news here because he's made second pair, and Vinny has flopped pretty good here with the top pair bottom kicker. And he's gone for the check call on turn. And we have an action killing card, so probably a check here. And he scoops another one.
Yeah, there's just the V-pips on screen of the players today. That's voluntarily put in pot. For every time players get involved, we will track what percentage of hands they are doing so. Everybody has got their fair share of involvement so far. Vinny topping the pack with 83%. And from what we've seen so far, James, I'd be very surprised if he didn't remain at the top of the whole screen.
Yes, absolutely. He's probably going to have to fold every hand from now on to not achieve that, right? Yeah, he likes to get involved, that's for sure. But it's working well for him so far. But you've got to imagine that he might get unstuck at some point with that kind of VPIP. That's bordering on maniacal levels if he keeps it up.
Fairly loose considering your tournament plan.
Leo just made that fold with queens a few hands ago. Now finding a 3-bet with ace-10, and this should make him feel a little bit better because presumably going to get this one through. Although James still has cards. Oh, we don't know what they are yet. Let's wait and see. But is that a 4-bet? It is. Are they playing the 7-deuce game, Charlie?
I don't know if they're playing the 7-deuce game. We haven't heard if that's been agreed, but certainly Jack's playing the 7-deuce.
He's looking to show this one. This presumably, I mean, Leo here with an awkward stack as well against this bet, and finds the fold. Is that and 7-deuce? Did 7-deuce get it through? Or is there still action behind? No, Leo still has his ace-10 and finds the qual. So 7-deuce is going to have to find a way to maneuver this hand. We've got 1.7k in the pot, and Leo with less than that remaining, just under pot. And he's going to like that flop though, and Jagger's going to do well to get anything through here. He does jam the flop, and Leo will snap that one off.
Give me a few more tens.
Needing to find a 9 for Max Payne. And not today.
You've got to think that was a live stream kind of format there. Charlie, maybe not recommended that one in your own games, but wanting to get the needle in in the stream.
Yeah, definitely fun to watch. We encourage more of the 4-bets with 7 deuce, please. Really, players are settling in now. The table atmosphere is great. Everyone's having a good time. We've got the 4-bets with the 7 deuces. Really, really nice to be in the booth again at DTD, commentating on the 5, 10, 25 for everybody.
Large bottle of water.
Having fun so far, and lots of more action to unfold tonight.
Yes, please. And then
And just a little shout out to the valets at DTD. Always do a great job.
actually, Lucy.
Whenever you're in the club, we'll
Lucy.
provide you drinks and food at the table.
That's fine, thank you. Lucy, you tell them I took £5 off the stack. £5 off my stack.
Är serious though?
£5 has gone off my stack.
Not too much alcohol around the table. I see James there does have a pint.
What do you have in total?
Got some Red Bull. That might be required for the
7, 8.
towards the end of the stream. Keep energy levels high.
Yeah, I know, he wasn't here. The big blind wasn't here last night. What,
Are we
the
doing,
battle move?
is it an auto straddle?
Yeah, can we play a 7?
Liking the shirt, Charlie. Seat 2, Ali. What do you think?
So at least when I win, like I want to get...
Yeah, James, he's looking the part. Definitely came to put on a show today himself.
I'm not sure I could pull that top off myself, to be honest with you, but he's looking good.
I'm going to be completely honest, James. People are going to be thinking I'm taking a note out of Ali's book, but my summer collection is going to contain things exactly like that.
They can look forward to that in Vegas then.
100%. I'll have to make sure I'm topping up on the sun lotion, though. I definitely won't be able to walk around like that all day.
Yes, you don't want to have a tomatoey red chest out on display while you're in Vegas, really. But
Can you change your mind?
Back to it again. Queen
not sure how
10
much
suited.
sunshine you'll be seeing though, Charlie.
Yeah.
Assume you'll be grinding pretty hard while you're there.
The life of a grinder. Straight back into the action anyway. We've got Queen 10 suited in the low jack for Ali. Tom coming in with the 3-bet with the ace king off. And we know Ali's not going to be going anywhere.
5, 10.
No, I'm sure Ali will defend this one. We did see a Knight 10 suited sort of folded earlier in a similar spot, but Queen 10 suited a pretty good hand to defend. Lots of playability. Vinny
Now
flicking it in with the
look
with
at
the Jack
this.
3 hearts. Just
There's an
calls.
interesting dynamic now, because I'm not sure Ali is the type of player to take a light 4-bet shove spot. I think he might come along and call here, but definitely one that could be worth considering with Vinny's dead money in the pot. And Nick comes along with the king queen suited as well. There's definitely some carnage flops that could create some action here
Yeah,
in the
absolutely.
stream game.
Sort of sharing some cards here, so will be interesting. But yeah, I like your idea there. Some just to balance your range a little bit, but also you're going to have massive equity even against strong holdings with a hand like Queen 10 suited. So
Wow,
but,
look at this.
yeah, good. So this gets a couple of players very interested. Obviously the players with hearts, not so much, but King Queen suited.
And straight away, the dealer is looking to slap somebody in the face. Look at Vinny just calling with 2 players
Wow, bottom
behind.
pair. Yeah.
And this is one where we could have seen all of the money potentially going on the flop, but outstandingly, we go 3-way to a turn.
Disappointment for the King Queen of Diamonds. Pretty nice draw, of course.
Did you like his price on it?
And again, James, with the SPR of 1.5 here, Tom's just going to have to look for a way to get in all of the money with a hand as strong as Ace King.
We've not lost...
Going to be difficult for anybody else to continue, depending on the
Yeah.
size that he chooses.
Brighton.
Yeah, I can imagine that he might go with a smaller sizing for that reason, like he's maybe not wanting to jam this turn. Of course, that would be pricing plays out with worse hands.
7.
So kind of expecting like a £500 bet here. It goes for 700, but of course this kind of bet is very difficult for him to fold if a player moves all in against him, and it's something to be aware of when you're playing. Like, can my opponent fold, and do they want to fold? If I put in some more action, It's pretty strong here, this 700, I would say.
Yeah, also worth noting that we have seen bits of Tom on stream before, and I really do like the way he plays. Again, definitely taking a optimal line here with the ace-king, trying to set up a river jam. And
yeah, of course, he's somewhat handcuffed by you know, he needs to bet. He needs to bet here, get some value from ace-king, and doesn't want to go too small, of course, either. So just get it through, though. Nick, kind of a difficult spot there. Not drawing to the nuts. Just a bare diamond will improve him. Kind of think that his king and queen probably not live.
yeah, a well-timed fold from Nick there. And here is a quick chance to see the chip count at the table again. We got Jagger playing the 9k. We got Vinny deep as well with the 8.4. Ilyas with the 7.3. And our short stack is Ali. Did buy in for the most chips at the start of the session, but for the least amount of money. He likes the small denomination chips, but I'm sure he'll be looking to get lots of them tonight, James. And even if he doesn't, he's definitely took the #1 spot for who looks best at the table, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he'll be hoping to get some of those pink chips in his stack a little bit later on, I'm sure. But yeah, certainly doing his bit on the stream, trying to attract some female viewers perhaps onto YouTube. What do you think?
Back to the action. We've got the 50 on again this time. I believe Tom coming in with the 3x with the ace-7 suited.
And Vinny has decided to sit this one out, apparently.
Not too sure what's happened here. Jagger seems to be involved with the 10-4 off.
Looks like okay, and yeah, it looks like he's maybe just defended his straddle with a fairly loose holding. And the players are showing one card quite frequently at the end of a hand. I think maybe possibly at the end of every hand. I'm not sure which card he showed him there, but not going to interest James too much, given that he had 10 high.
And now would be a good time just to address an issue that we had at the start of tonight's stream. We were having problems getting your comments onto the chat box. You can now feel free, fire away. Let's see what people have got to say. Who's everybody supporting on the stream tonight? Who do we want to see win? Anybody got any questions they want to ask? Get involved. Always happy to get involved with the viewers on the stream. Really is a pleasure to do this job again for DTD. You're with myself, Charlie Reid, and James Atkin in the booth, guiding you through tonight's action. It's been plentiful so far, and it's still only early doors. The excitement still remains high for this one, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been interesting to see how plays developed over the last hour or so, and we've got an interesting dynamic with Vinny playing most of the hands pre-flop. Whatever bet is made, he's generally in there, and that definitely makes for an interesting game dynamic.
And in the chat box already, we've got some James Atkin fans. We've got Juxie in the chat saying, "Is that the man, the myth, the legend?"
It's me, myself, Harry. Yes, I used to work with Harry. Good man, that guy. Nice to see you watching the stream, Harry. Hope you're doing well. And thanks for commenting. Yes, apologies for the chat being off limits at the beginning of the stream, but at least we avoided any trolling early on. Although that has now ensued, as apparently marriage proposals are streaming in.
Juxie says, "Question, James, will you marry me?" I mean, no pressure, but you've been asked to be married.
I'm afraid that I am already married, so I believe that wouldn't be allowed by the government. That's the only reason, though, Harry. Otherwise, I'd have to definitely take it under deep consideration.
Right, I'm definitely feeling the odd one left out. Has anyone got any Charlie Reid marriage proposals, or is it just James?
I mean, you know, thruples are a thing these days, Charlie, if you want to get involved.
Back to the action again. We've got some suited hands in the club variety involved in this hand.
Yeah. Yeah, we could see some green on the flop here and get some action.
And it looks like Jagger is really putting some pressure on Ali here. And he's decided with the suited wheel ace, it's enough to put it on a guy wearing the camel top.
Yeah, those suited wheel aces are in fashion, I notice. When I'm watching live streams, I tend to see people going bonkers with suited wheel aces generally. So
yeah, it's also
seems to be the trend.
worth noting also worth noting. I've spent some time at the poker table with Ali in the past. Definitely not one who deals well with the sick runouts, and if it comes 3 clubs on this flop, he's not going to be in the best of moods either.
No, absolutely. He's found
and look at this, he sent it, and it looks like James flicked it in. And would you believe it? Straight away, a 4-bet pot. We've got King 9 versus Ace 3. It was a well-timed 4-bet jam from Ali. And with 2 cards to fade here, he's got the best of it. Jacks, Kings, and 9s working here for James. And unless it's a Jack, King, or a 9, Ali will double up. And no harsh lessons are going to be learned for Ali here. He doubles up to a 3K stack. Action plentiful here at the 5, 10, 25 DTD. And would you believe it, Ali is now up to £3,000.
Yeah, James kind of priced in there with that 3-bet, kind of had to call, even maybe with one of his weaker holdings. Ace 3 suited, but I mean, pretty nice jam there, given what his opponent was 3-betting. Going to feel pretty good.
Yeah,
about
just
that
want to point out as well, really well recognised by Ali there that his opponent was 3-betting him light, did decide to get the money in. I'm not too sure he'd have liked it when he was called, but definitely likes it after that run out he does, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting some more interesting comments there in the chat. Thanks, guys, for commenting. Nice to know that you're watching.
Right, so just to get back to those comments, we've got Kyle Boyd. Here we go. Ex-colleague of mine, one of the best dealers in the UK and Australia and Scotland. Put him anywhere, the guy's the man. Really nice to have you in today. Damien Pye, welcome to the stream, sir. Sanjay Chapaneri, the main man himself. Father Christmas.
What's the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang reference?
Oh, it's just a little inside joke that me and Sanjay have got. We've got lots of jokes that probably aren't best worth sharing on stream. But
yes,
yeah, really funny guy is Sanjay. We've got a very similar sense of humour. And in general, what a great guy. Really nice to have you on board for the stream, Sanjay. Daniel Hodgson in the stream as well. Did someone mention Trovin? Please don't.
Yes. Well, we're definitely susceptible to any trolling. I know that I'm quite gullible at times, so
yeah, we definitely missed out on the comments at the start of the stream. But fire away, guys. Your comments are appreciated, and we will reply to everything where we can. You want to ask some questions on theory? You want to talk about football? You want to ask about how the table's been so far? I'm sure we can find a response. And back to the action. Leo coming in with a limp in the cutoff with the King Jack suited.
Yeah, pretty nice hand in the cutoff. King Jack suited. Was feeling pretty good about opening that one. Although actually he just calls the straddle. Also a pretty good hand to limp, essentially. It does make some sense.
And look at this. If you're not going to raise, then I'm sure Vinny will for you. Vinny decided to ISO with the 8-6 off for you out to straddle.
Yeah.
And yeah, the same dynamic continues of what we seen in episode 1 and 2 of the stream here. People being very balanced with their limping range. And straight away, Vinny creating the 4-way action.
Yeah, and King Jack suited a pretty nice hand to call within position. And wow, that is a pretty decent flop when you raise up the 8-6 offsuit pre. Although I believe there was no bet on the flop, which is maybe a missed opportunity for the raiser there. The raiser pre-flop, a little continuation bet with a lot of equity might have been an option, and now King 6 takes the initiative.
Yeah, that definitely could have got the job done if he'd have let the flop there. However, I do like the cautious proceed there from Vinny, playing 4 ways. Very, very easy for somebody to be holding a very strong piece of that. But he's going to come along for the ride.
And yeah, it can disguise your hand when you make it as well. That has to be pointed out.
And Jagger gives up. And for some reason now, I've got every reason to believe that Vinny is going to be winning this pot.
It's going to be very hard for Jagger to find a way to continue here. And it's a pretty large bet here as well. It's gone for the 1.1.
Vinny electing for the 80% bet size here. And if Jagger can somehow find a way to call this off, I'd be very impressed, James. But Vinny, with the well-timed bluff on the river, taking it down again. After ISOing with the 8-6 off, building the pot. The lad's got confidence in his own poker game.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all going his way so far. And everything he's doing is working out. And poker is a beautiful thing when it's going like that. It's seems to be a rare occasion that I managed to get that kind of momentum going myself, but it always feels good when it does.
Yeah, definitely creating an interesting dynamic on the 5-10-25 cash game as Vinny. I'm sure lots of you guys watching wouldn't mind getting involved in this table with the likes of Vinny and some of the fun players on here. If you would like to be in one of the next 5-10-25s here at Dusk Till Dawn, get yourself over to Ryan Brodsky, the card room manager. What a gorgeous man that guy is. Big shout outs to Ryan Brodsky.
Absolutely. Ryan, known Ryan a long time. It's been possibly at Dusk since it opened, I would imagine. I don't remember Ryan ever not being there, so it's definitely possible. A stalwart of Dusk Till Dawn, always making sure tournaments are running smoothly.
We've got a comment from Shona Thompson. Come on, Ilyas, baby. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We've got some Ilyas fans in the house.
Yeah, that's nice to see some support for the players. Absolutely. Ilyas, a bit unfortunate early doors.
And we got Big Bad Barry Grime in the chat as well. Welcome to the stream, sir. Grimesy among the viewers.
And shout out to Rayman, the legend that is Rayman Sam, old friend of mine. We've battled in the streets before at Dusk Till Dawn many a time. Tends to travel the world these days.
And talking about Dusk Till Dawn as a whole, what a card room it is. We've got some fantastic card rooms in the UK. The standout one for me is definitely Dusk Till Dawn. Whether you're looking for tournament poker, cash game poker, just a drink, bite to eat, it's got everything that you possibly want in a casino.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of been the home of UK poker ever since it opened, really.
And I don't want to get the spicy chicken past the rave start of the game, but we had a few comments on that last week. What
really? The food, pretty good at Dusk Till Dawn, not going to lie. Sometimes when you're playing a tournament at a casino and you need to eat, it's not necessarily the easiest thing, but at Dusk, pretty easy to order at your table and good selection generally available.
We just missed some of the action that's gone on here. We've got a set going for some value, but Nick sat there with the best
we
hand.
have the nut stream. Yes, apologies, concentrating on the comments on YouTube, but yes, an unfortunate run out here for Fours, who did ping on the turn on the 3-heart board. Lots of equity though for Nick on the flop. Does get there with maybe the best card for him, an offsuit 10.
So when Ilyas does bet the turn for 70, the river for
70%. Look at the odds he's getting to call here.
Yeah,
he's going to be sick about it, but how can he...
Nick deciding that he can jam here and get a worse hand to call.
Yeah,
and Ilyas in a terrible spot here. Got to call 925 to win 3.3k with a set. Definitely not the easiest way out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to get away from this one. I think he doesn't like it, as you can imagine. Loses obviously to flopped flushes. Queen Jack gets there. Could also be some higher sets potentially, but it does pay it off.
There was no way I would leave that hand with my 6,000.
Pretty tricky to get away from that one after turning one upset.
Yeah, well, all that on the flop.
And there you go, something goes correct for Nick. He's had a tough ride over the last couple of streams, but a nice 4K pot going his way. Hopefully that will be the start of better things for Nick. 4.3K stack for him now. Everybody's getting involved here, James. Everybody's having fun on the stream, and it's a really good time to remind everybody. Action is back at DTD every week on a Thursday for the 5, 10, 25 cash game series. Make sure you're tuning in on a Thursday. And if you want to get involved in one of these games, get yourself over to Ryan Brodsky. If you fancy playing a smaller stakes cash game, DTD also offers 1, 2 and 2 5 games and some 1-1. Get yourself to the cash game managers and get yourself enrolled into a game. And the WPT 500 also returns as well at the end of the month. So we've got the tournament series, cash games running all the time. Every reason to come to Nottingham to play some cards.
Yeah, he's a good lad.
Really is one of the greatest games in the world, Texas Hold'em poker, right, James?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've ever since I was discovered it at university in my youth, which is approximately the age that you are currently. It's a funny game, isn't it? It's just it's so simple, but yet it's so complicated. I think that's the beauty of Texas Hold'em.
It's one of those games that when you play it for the first time, it really can change your life. In whichever way, shape or form that you may perceive of that. But my chance of progressing in education was definitely gone the second I peeled my first 2 cards.
Yeah, I definitely went down a different path than maybe was expected after I started playing poker, but it's certainly not been a bad thing, that's for sure. It's,
to be honest.
yeah, it's been fun playing poker all this time. It's taken me to some interesting places around the world. And some interesting characters met in the process as well, much like the chaps that we have on the stream tonight.
And here's an interesting one, James. Vinny has got both players dominated here with his 5 deuce.
Yeah, he's up against it here. Not hard to beat overpairs when you have 2 unsuited gapped cards, such as 5
Oh,
deuce.
look at this! He's not!
Oh, well, this is going to be... I mean, look at this spot for King Jack of Diamonds. King Jack of Diamonds has no hand, and we have this overbet. Massive overbet.
This is incredible. Vinny
And
decided
Jack has to get this in, so Tom is going to be sat with a jam and a call, and he's going to have to decide what to do with King Jack of Diamonds when this eventually goes in.
This is absolutely golden to watch here from Vinny. He's just decided to put the pressure.
Oh my!
Look
Is
at
Jack's
this.
folding? Wow!
He gets Jack's out the way. Jack's
Unbelievable.
decided there's too many cards that can change the board, and he doesn't like it anymore. But Tom is going for a gamble.
Tom finds the
with
call.
supporters.
Amazing. I mean, Tom might not be able to find that call if the jacks go in. Would have been much more difficult. And 5 deuce actually has.
Look at this.
I passed the monster there.
Vinny makes the 2 pair on the turn, and it fades against the flush draw. And would you believe it? Taking a 7.5K pot, we've got a new table chip leader, folks.
everything going Vinny's way here. He's won that all-in free with the 10-7 off against Ace-King suited and Ace-Queen suited early in the stream to win a pretty big pot. Then and now the all-in on the flop with just middle pair and no kicker.
And one thing that we can say, James, is every single percent of the 78% of hands Vinny has played has been entertaining non-stop. What a guy this guy is.
Yeah, if you give me pink.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to feel for. I tell you what, though, actually, as if when that deuce that deuce on the turn was very good card for Asif. He's going to appreciate that one because he did find that fold with jacks, but sometimes you can be results orientated in poker, and It kind of feels good when you would have lost, even if you would have got it in good.
I've got it, yeah. Thinking out, we've got ace king.
It's cost
And
me.
he's Vinny now
Heads up and I get the
has a
You should have
pretty
folded.
decent
Get the
stacker.
nice.
Must have
Well,
north of 12k.
I will.
Yeah, that was a huge pot. It was actually one of the biggest pots that we've seen in the first few episodes of the Cash Game series here at Dusk Till Dawn. 7.5k just ripped in with the bottom pair. Vinny came to play today and so far has been the highlight of the stream. I'm sure the other players at the table will be contesting for that spot. The action is well and truly underway here at Dusk Till Dawn, Nottingham. Don't go anywhere.
I don't always play shit hands. I can only play what he does.
Vinny involved again. Flops a
I wish
piece
I could
this
say
time
he
and he
was
doesn't
gonna
want to
have
say
it.
all in this time
Wow.
because Nick is giving him the really bad news.
Yeah, if he takes the same line as he did in the previous hand, he's going to be in trouble. And Nick checking top set here, trapping, of course, makes some sense. Got the board pretty locked up. Vinny,
And look at this, Vinny
I'm ready now.
just firing 75%, and now Nick has to decide which is the best way to proceed. Inflate the money now, or does he think that Vinny is going to fire away with a weak hold'em? This is all in Nick's hands. Let's see how he proceeds in this hand.
lots of bad cards on the turn, so you've got to think. And he does seem to rate. Yes,
You're doing
gives him a small
No,
raise. Just a
Yeah,
low take low.
I really do like Nick's choice of raid sizing here. This is a dynamic board that can change a lot. An
Wants
8,
to
a
keep
jack,
Vinny in, right?
a queen,
well.
a heart. So many cards that can change the nuts on this board. Doesn't want to go too crazy just yet, but would be wanting Vinny to say the two famous all-in words. Hold and top set.
Weirdly warm as well.
Interesting now on this Ricky 10, he just overjam.
Yeah, now this I'm not a fan of. What?
Oh.
Vinny's not called it off.
Oh my
This
gosh.
is incredible.
Oh wow, drawing stone dead. Finds
And
the
just
call.
like that, Nick goes for the completely unorthodox route, getting all the money. When you expect that Vinny would be scared away, no chance. And look at this, Nick wins his biggest pot on stream so far.
Wow. And the overjam, we were questioning it, but perhaps there was a little bit of genius in there. He felt like his opponent would potentially continue with a 9, maybe an overpair, maybe flush draws would still call based on how Vinny's played, and maybe just didn't see too many hands folding and went for max value.
What we've seen so far has been nothing less of absolutely unbelievable. The action really unfolding now, and comfortable is not even a word anymore. These guys are loving life, just splashing those chips around. Top set for Nick is good. Vinny deciding to bluff catch with the 9, and just like that, Nick's up to 8.5k.
Yeah, and from Vinny's perspective, lots of draws out there. Clubs, hearts, straight draws. Perhaps putting his opponent on one of these holdings. But unfortunately for him,
On
he had the
winnings, yeah.
goods this time. And although had been pretty invincible up to this point, does lose a pretty big pot to peg him back to an 8.6k stat. As you can see here.
We got Mike Skeldon in the chat sharing his love for Vinny. We are certainly having a great time watching his display tonight. Mike Skeldon, what a guy. The guy he sits down at poker tables, and even while he's sitting down, he's taller than me, James. Big shout out for Mike Skeldon, lots of love,
Yes.
brother. Nice to have you here for the stream.
Old school pro as well. Mike Skeldon.
Where's the button?
Grimesy says, such a cooler flop. 100% Grimesy, the dealer is definitely not here to mess about. Delivering
Yeah,
the goods.
that middle pair against offset.
Such a
Pretty
cooler.
cold.
Yeah, the dealer's doing his job to cause carnage, and Vinny definitely doing his fair share as well. Really enjoying being involved in a lot of hands here. Putting people to the sword, making those big calls. Definitely not shy to splash in those pink chips.
Yeah, so we've got to see if losing that hand maybe has a bit of an impact. on how he plays. You've got to be careful sometimes at the poker table not to let your emotions get the best of you. It can be tricky sometimes, and when things are going your way and then you suddenly get derailed, it can be a little bit difficult. But King Jack, pretty nice holding in the cutoff. Perhaps we have a straddle to 50 here, I believe we must do, for that raise size. And indeed, the 50, the double straddle does defend the 9-4 offsuit.
And look at this, the action is just incredible. Straight away, we're playing a 1.1k pot again with these holdings.
Absolutely, yes. Vinny continuing on the ace-king 4, as you would imagine he would be doing with most of his hands.
And now Jagger has got to believe that his 4's no good, but does decide to just check. And Vinny had to take his king to showdown there, scooping in another 4-figure pot.
Yeah, that'll make him feel a little bit better after that previous hand. Just takes down a nice pot there with the second pair. Got some value on the flop. Opted to check it down. I think maybe difficult to get value on later streets.
Yes, Hilton. How are you?
Ali asking for players to be voted from the table. I tell you one thing, he's not going nowhere looking like that.
Yeah, there was a format like that once, so it seems to recall that.
Where's Tom?
I think it was played at Dust Till Dawn as well. Now I recall. It's called the Big Game. You had players that would be voted off by the table. They would vote the player they wanted off the most. I don't think Vinny would be getting voted off on this table.
Yeah, no, Ali. Definitely gone for the interview for the FHM magazine today, looking like that. Looking quite the party, as James.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The For Her magazine, perhaps, is yes. Yeah.
Yeah, really nice to see all these players settle down. The atmosphere is great. Everyone's talking to each other, having fun, getting involved. And everybody came to play today, looking to show the stream what they can do, what moves they've got up the sleeve. And there's one man having lots of fun is Vinny.
Getting involved again here. It's a pretty bad flop for 9-3 of hearts. And yeah, he finds.
Do you see the hand?
I do like the fold.
When we say bad flop, I'm pretty sure Vinny wouldn't mind chasing the deuce 5 or the 6-5 runouts.
Yeah, maybe there might not be any bad flops to Vinny. I'm not sure, but I mean that's a pretty interesting turn card though. Like that does improve his hand somewhat in terms of giving him a double gut shot. And absolutely nothing for Leo. But it does just go to showdown and Queen Jack will win.
So
Queen Jack will be feeling pretty good about winning this hand on this board.
100%. Vinny has clearly shown from what we've seen so far in this episode, not shy to put some players to the sword, but he elects to just part ways with his £200 he put in there pre-flop. And Queen High, good enough to get to showdown. Really have seen some spectacular plays so far in tonight's stream. And it's still early doors with hours left to go. Excitement is just so high for me, James.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been a fun stream. Absolutely, no shortage of action. And it's pretty much every hand. It's, you know, sometimes in a cash game you've got to think there's going to be a little bit of lulls in the action, but no such lulls so far today.
Make sure you do that. All right, nice one. Yes, Phoebe. Watching. I'm spectating, Phoebe. That's what I'm doing.
showing a masterclass here. Now losing a bit, VV, at the minute.
Vinny finding a premium holding here. And with his image, he's going to be pretty excited about getting dealt Ace King suited pre, but unfortunately for him, nobody had anything of note, so just takes it down pretty flat. So despite that misstep with the 9-6 offsuit against the top set, Vinny's still 6.5k to the good in this game. Sat down with a little less than 3k, so he's still tripled his stack.
Yeah, James, we can tell that Vinny is going to be the one to catch this game, but something tells me from Vinny's playing style, from what we've seen of him so far, he's a man that's going to take some very big wins and potentially some very big losses. I don't think break-even nights will be a common thing for Vinny with his style, but so far tonight, up, on the way to 5 figures, not shy to play, has made some very, very big calls already and some very big bluffs. This guy definitely believes in his poker ability, and it's just so fun for us to be able to watch this.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be interesting to see how players adapt to somebody playing so many hands on their table. Players may, maybe having a little bit of difficulty with Vinny's playing style so far. And here, Leo has found the pocket jacks and gets it through. He made it quite large, and Queen 10 suited, deciding just to let it go.
And just like that, you can see exactly how deep this cash game is already becoming. Vinny chip leader with the 9.2k, Tom with the lower stack with 2.3k, and lots of middling stacks around the 5k region.
So I do notice Leo, who sat in seat 2, or you might think that it's seat 1, but it's actually seat 2. He did bust me from the main event of the World Series of Poker circuit event that was at Dusk Till Dawn in March. So I personally may have to anti-rail him a little bit later, just for that reason.
Just for you, I'm not going to.
Hasn't really had too many confrontations
it's 100.
so
I would have
far.
done that as well.
He had the goal to win a massive flip against me. Day 1.
Pass.
150.
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't have it every time.
Sit one.
Here he finds the seven.
Rains.
Jagger getting involved. Raising up into the top. Kind of a loose open. Into 3 blinds. Has some shenanigans in mind. Like
King Casimiro yellow every time.
yes, it's a very small. Looks like a very small golf lead. It's Nik led pretty small on the turn with the second pair. Vinny with top pair. Continues as well. Yeah, watch out for James Jagger here. Playing good with. Holding, maybe just looking for a diamond. Just breaking hard on the turn. Checks down the river in the end.
And some more fortune coming in for Nick, rivering the best hand, taking down the 1100 pot there.
Yeah.
2 pairs, sorry.
On the river here. We had top pair and we had 2 pair and checked down.
I've just decided.
I guess.
What you decide?
When I grow up, I want to be him.
No.
Is that alright?
Maybe we should have
That's
seen
okay,
that
yeah?
River, Charlie.
Play
It feels a
3-1-3,
little bit
like,
conservative to
Just, like, watch this, look, shall I do my impression of him? Yeah, watch this.
check the plan.
That's a good one, wasn't it?
On the top.
Accurate.
Kind of took the initiative on the flop and gave it up on the turn, but then makes 2 power on the river.
Ew.
But
If it wasn't for you, mate, I would have left this game a long time ago.
I know, I wish there was another one of me on the table.
Yeah.
So this is the 5-10-25 No Limit Hold'em Cash Game Series. You're joined by myself, Charlie Reed and James Atkin in the booth. Just a quick reminder that the WPT 500 is returning to Dust Till Dawn Casino Nottingham, May the 24th to 29th, bank holiday weekend. That will contain a 500k guaranteed main event, £560 buy-in. There'll also be 2 high rollers on offer, each with 100,000 guaranteed prize pools, and the line of satellites at DTD. No online satellites for this one, as DTD did end their partnership with Party Poker, and online satellites will come back, but for now they will just be live. And APAT coming May the 17th to 21st, that's a whole new festival in itself. And the DTD 100's monthly event is also going to contain 20 WPT 500 seats. Every reason to come and play at Dust Till Dawn. And if the tournaments aren't enough for you, there's cash games on offer all of the time. Whichever stake you're looking to play, DTD can offer. And what a place to play it is, James.
yeah, absolutely. And actually, that DTD 100 will be running in the background whilst these players are on stream. We can't see from our camera angle, but just behind the stream is the Dust Till Dawn floor, and I believe it's the first day of the DTD 100. Could be the second day. I might be wrong there. I know there are a few day ones, so plenty of chances to get involved.
Yeah, the DTD 100 is really a fantastic tournament for bringing the poker community together. Affordable buy-ins with pretty nice prizes up top as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That 100,000 guaranteed prize pool every month has become the sort of flagship tournament since Dust Till Dawn reopened. Of course, following all the COVID stuff that we had to endure, but I think everyone wants to get out there and play some live poker after having got stuck indoors for a couple of years, and certainly seeing that on the circuit. Players
I'll tell you what you got.
re-emerging from...
Yeah, it's definitely worth touching on that subject, James. Like during COVID, Dust Till Dawn was one of the final clubs to reopen. Lots of players demanding the club to return. It eventually did, and now investing some more money and time into the streams. The streams are going to be getting back active again. Tournaments are flowing in full flow again. Cash games around the mark. Dust Till Dawn really is back.
Was you going to bet the flop?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I'm a bit of a sucker for those branded events, and Dust Till Dawn manages to get the biggest brands to bring their tournaments to Dust Till Dawn. We had the GG Poker Series in January. That was a pretty big one. World Series of Poker Circuit came in March, and WPT was the end of May. So all the biggest brands getting involved with Dust Till Dawn. I was going to mention, Charlie, I'm a bit of a sucker for WPT. I
Yes,
a DVD
that's
box set
perfect.
of WPT from
Nice.
2004. They put the highlights of TV
This is where you're gonna get. I'm gonna get a dodgy hand like Ace Eight of Spades.
box
Was the
sets,
technology powerful enough
which
to
is something that I decided to purchase
Degeneracy.
about age 20.
Yeah, Dust Till Dawn really is the place to be, whether you're a recreational poker player or you are one of
planning to get after
the UK's or Europe's top seasoned pros. There's something here for everybody.
Pass.
Such a special card room that is in Nottingham, England. And the location of the club in itself as well is also pretty good, whether you're coming from the north of England, Scotland, the south, right in the middle of the country for everybody.
And quite a nice experience for these players to play on a live stream, I can imagine. You know, back in the day, It was pretty hard to be in such a situation. You'd have to make a pretty big final table to get any kind of television coverage or anything of that nature. So nice to see some, shall we say, non-superstar players show us what they've got at the table.
Yep.
Yeah, it really is great that everybody gets a chance to display the moves that they've got up their sleeve. And like you said, we can provide some of that just through cash games these days rather than just final tables of big tournaments. Really nice to give everybody a chance. And also worth noting as well that the live streams here at Dusk Till Dawn are still a work in progress. The club are working extraordinarily hard, investing money into making the stream as good as it can be. New chairs for the tables have been in use since WSOP, everything's all pretty new. And it's a potentially very good setup.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to comment on this hand, pretty nice bet here by Nick on 4 to a straight with not much of a hand.
What was it? Ace 2 suited.
High.
Nice hand.
Pretty
Yeah,
dangerous
Nick
looking board and manages to find a bet to take that one down.
Yeah, Nick definitely taking some confidence from the good fortune that he's had so far in today's episode. Not had the easiest of rides in the previous episode. However, today he's definitely finding his feet and he's scooping in some pots. Really, really nice to see for Nick.
And you've won a planet. You've been there before then, yeah?
To your question, I believe that
Right hand every 2 hours.
stream is going
Come win
to
yourself a
be
party.
Is that right, Charlie?
We'll spend 60
Yes,
quid
so
in
every
from
Thursday now from
manage to get the
7:30
500
PM,
to one to
DTD
get
will
a
be
bag or
offering a
whatever
5,
it is,
10,
but
25
good
dollar
for you.
hold cash game stream.
we'll pay you
And
next
it
week.
is going to be a regular thing, and it's really nice to see Peter Crow in the chat asking that question. DTD really working hard to get the streams up and running as much as they can. There's going to be potential other stakes shown on stream as well. This is very much our test phase
You should just
for
play
the
all my
streams
hands
again.
and just go home.
And for anybody
Just
looking to
focus
get
on
involved
the
in one of these
letterbox,
games,
yeah?
get yourself to Dusk Till Dawn card room, see the manager, Ryan Brodsky, and he can get your name on the list to join in on the action.
I wonder what our deal is.
Yeah, and look here, Vinny has blocked top and bottom pair. We have a little bit of a tickler bet from Ilyas here on the bottom of King Queen, and he thinks he just got there, but little does he know that Vinny is sat there with a flop 2 pair, because that is a pretty good card when you bet the flop with 2 overcards.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how Vinny chose to not play this one fast on the flop. I suppose he understands there's just lots of cards on the turn that can put his hand in a bit of trouble, and he does decide to go into check call mode with this one. And going to be needing to fade a 4, a king or a queen to more than likely scoop in this pot. And the 8 is clean, and now does Ilyas find a value bet?
Have to imagine that he's going to value bet this one when you consider what Vinny's ranges look like in certain spots. I mean, the 8 isn't his most favourite card, but he does manage to. No, he does. Yeah, he does value bet the river. Sorry, the action went pretty quickly there. £800 bet on the river by Asif, and yeah, no need to do anything other than call there by Vinny. It would be a little bit thin to do anything other than call. Bit unfortunate there for Asif with that turn card having led the flop.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sure Asif will be very aware that it's not the actual outcome of the hand that matters in cash games. You really do have to try and squeeze as much thin value out of your opponents as you can. And definitely we could have seen Vinny call with works there, but he was holding 2 pair, snapping in that 1 chip and scooping down another pot to take him back up to £10,700.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's misstep with the 9-6 on the 10-9 export against 10s is maybe faded into memory a little bit now. It's won a few nice pots since that happened. So I believe we have the £50 straddle on by Vinny this time in the double straddle. sat in seat 5. Or actually, I believe it's seat 5 as we look at the players.
I really do feel like I'm not wasted though when I'm not sat at that poker table. No one's managed to make the joke to Vinny. Yeah, can you put your big chips to the front of your stack, please?
Yeah, I think he's
Tom, were you
got
lying?
everybody covered at the moment.
You were, weren't you? Did you play the main?
How many times?
What are the
Really?
plaques?
I just registered too.
I believe the plaques are 1Ks, purple 1K plaques.
Okay, so that's the biggest chip on the table. Pinks are 100s, presumably. Yes.
Yeah, pinks 100s, black chips 25s, and the red chips, red and yellow chips are 5s.
Hello, darling.
James Jagger here,
Alright, Vinny.
finding 8th.
Me and you, sir.
In the big blind, there were 2 straddles here, and Vinny
Seven,
finding the largest straddle.
And James's heart just skips a beat there, really
Flops middle
firing out
set.
fast with the 8s. And he's not going to be very happy to see that Vinny has got nothing to continue with here. Really is a shame when you flop such a big hand against such an action player. You really do expect to play for stacks instantly almost, James.
Yes, absolutely. You can get carried away in those spots because when you think about the range of hands that Vinny can have there, a lot of it is nothing and junk on this kind of board, especially when you have 2 of the 8s locked up. So whilst it's nice to dream of the World Series and the Mirage or whatever has happened in rounders, it's yeah, most of the time you're just going to win a small pot, unfortunately. But yes, given the action so far, you could forgive him.
It would be interesting to see maybe a check implemented against Vinny when you have a strong hand. As we can see, he's definitely capable of firing off, but of course difficult to do so on such a dynamic board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vinny has sort of mixed it up a little bit. He hasn't, you know, just blasted off every time. He has had some checkbacks in certain situations, whilst we have seen him take some no showdown spots and find some bluffs. Has also given up a few times as well. So yes, maybe that's a reason that James decided to that.
Check.
Also, my understanding is it tends to be better to check top set as opposed to middle sets.
Look at this for an action card.
Okay, yes.
So Vinny here again with the top of his range with the 6 deuce. Ali with
How
the flush.
this goes check on the turn. What is happening?
And now here Vinny's gonna be in trouble. Decides to check again. It's a really well timed one from him.
Yeah.
But
Well,
again, Ali can say any number he likes here, and Vinny will be putting in the 1 chip.
I mean, Vinny's pretty fortunate to get away from a turn bet going in here. That would have his hand was, you know, pretty strong on the turn. It's obviously shriveled up a little bit on the river with a 40 straight. We see an overbet here by Ali, and it's snapped off.
Yeah, with the turn action, I think Ali can go even bigger in this spot than what he did, because not expecting him to check back too many flushes on the turn. And a well-timed check from Vinny, and we don't blame him for making this call here. You're going to think that your 2 pairs best enough at the time, but Ali scoops in a nice extra 400 on that river, and then there you go. There's the chip count again. Vinny just sub 10k now. Nik up there as well, chipped up. Jagger's gotten best part of 6k. A few others around 4 and 5k.
40k on the table as well now. So yeah, things could get pretty spicy.
Yeah, this table didn't start as deep as what the previous 2 episodes did, but already we're definitely approaching the most money on the table that we've seen so far on episode 3 of the Cash Game series here at Dusk Till Dawn. And the action so far, James, has been plentiful. So much more to go. Seatbelts on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was good.
I would have been on a boat down the trench if it came a boat. Let me do like that.
No one's ready.
You'd miss me if I went down. You really would.
75.
Hijack open from Leo. Ali peels in the cutoff with ace deuce off. To no surprise, we see Vinny throwing in his chips with the ace-9. And Ilyas getting a very good price to defend the 7-8 off. And it's going to be a very good flop for Leo. Top pair, top kicker with backdoor hearts working as well. Definitely one I expect to see him to continue here.
Absolutely, and it's going to be pretty tricky for anybody else to really continue on this board 4 ways. Ali does have that gut shot. Let's decide to stick around in position.
200.
And is Vinny going to stick around as well?
Vinny's,
Oh, like,
Vinny's chasing the ace, but let's go for the case of the commentator. Any 4 of hearts on the turn?
Yeah, that would be an interesting card.
Not quite.
No, not quite, and that's that will...
And now this is one we're going to see Leo blast on again, I think. But unfortunately, this time I don't see any customers coming along. Definitely
quite creative, yes, for Leo.
Yeah,
to take this one down.
Leo definitely got one of the worst hands in his 3 streets of value range, but Ace Jack definitely high up enough to bet again. Potentially once more if we see any calls on the turn.
Vinny had a little think about that after sort of floating on the flop. Just
Worry about that. Check shove again.
We have 3 winners: Vinny, Nick, and Leo, all ahead in the game. 4 players are stuck. And we did have 1 player depart already after losing the early part of the stream, getting jacks in against Ace King.
What's that? No.
So 5, 10, 25. We go for a limp under the gun this time with the Ace Jack suited.
I'd be worried, but I'm not following.
Really worth noting the balanced limp strategy that has been implemented over the last couple of episodes. Ace Jack makes it in there for Leo, and James pumping up with the Jack 9 suited. Vinny has found a monster in 5-4 off.
That is the Chris Moneymaker hands that he won the World Series with. 2003.
Have you ever seen an Ace Deuce 3 all diamonds flop? 4 King 7.
Gotta be careful how you say that.
That was one of my old tricks. I used to be a dealer myself, James, and every time that flop came down, I couldn't resist. Always gets a reaction.
There's not really too much of anything for yeah, we just got a bottom pair here and an under pair to the board.
And look at that, we've got a 2 pair. Has anyone got a 6? No. Vinny's gonna just take this one down. And Jagger decided it's not going to be an easy ride. I'm pretty sure Vinny's going to one-chip this.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that. 500 quid, no need to think. Yeah, definitely no rust on Vinny's chips today.
500.
Yeah, I can understand James wanting to nick that pot at the end there. Certainly very tempting, but just a little bit dangerous when we've seen Vinny involved. Can just have any holding. And this time did river 2 pair.
Getting a 50 on that. Nice.
I believe the nickname Any2 is available. There was a well-known player back in the day called Sammy George that had the nickname Any2, but I don't believe he's still around in the poker scene too much these days. So Vinny perhaps looking to adopt that moniker. What do you reckon?
We've got Daniel Hodgson back in the chat. We've got some Batman fans. Batman! Any Batman fans about? Talking about going off on tangents. So much to talk about on the live stream. Danny the Seagull is on the Guinnesses in Leo's Liverpool Poker Club. Watching the action from Liverpool.
It's like we have some fairly hefty pre-flop action here, and Leo's found a loose 3-bet here with the ace-5 offsuit out of the straddle position. Nick had gone for the... I do wonder if there was a lot of straddling in this hand. Leo's taking advantage of that with the ace-5 off and gets it through.
They're probably both the same.
And we've also got Vinny Lung in the chat box. Thanks for joining the stream, lad. Hope you're enjoying it. Really have got some Liverpool legends supporting the DTD stream today.
They're probably both the same.
Really nice to have everyone on board. Anybody with any questions or something to talk about, just get involved in the stream. Me and James will be happy to assist you. So far there's been lots of fun on the table, and there's just so much more to go. Some of these players really are loose cannons, not scared to get involved at all, and we're having so much fun on today's live stream.
Yeah. So you can play that part.
So, Charlie, have you done the 3-month stint in Vegas before, or is this your first time going for so long?
So I went to Vegas for the first time just over a month ago, actually, like in the last 2 months. I did 6 weeks out there with the man himself, James Ablett, and Frenchie. We had such a good time, and this time we had decided to stay for a longer period. We did book a flight home for the end of the first month, but we've all made it very clear that we're going to be changing those dates and staying out for the whole of the summer. So yeah, really can't wait. But before we get to Vegas, we've got lots of action to cover here, and again, Tom's found pocket queens. And we've got some 5-way action.
5-way flop, yeah.
Potential carnage, and look at that. That's monotone to say the least. 9, 7, 8, all diamonds.
So no one really likes that flop too much. Actually, though, Ali, I take this back. Ali kind of likes this flop with the King of Diamonds and the 10 of Hearts. It's got the combo draw effectively.
That's a really well-timed check from pocket queens there. There's just too much going on. It's too multi-way. You really cannot start putting in any money with a hand as weak as queens here. Does seem kind of crazy to say, but
no, absolutely. That is not the board that Tom was looking for.
And Ali decides to stab with his King 10, making top pair with the King high flush draw and straight draw. Definitely.
Yeah, look at the sizing here. He's gone super duper small. Obviously has the board pretty locked up. Maybe looking for somebody to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what to think about this small size on the turn. James definitely can be blown off his equity here, but on this occasion, backdoors into the King high flush.
Possibly, but it's going to be hard for him to fold to any size on the turn. I guess his hand is kind of so good, but yeah, it is a bit unorthodox, but just makes the the effective nuts on the river. Obviously not the actual nuts, but only beaten by straight flushes.
Yeah, just trying to figure out now what to target. Some King Queen with a diamond, some Jack 9, Jack 10 with a diamond. Coming in for the bet, and we know Vinny doesn't like to be bluffed off hands, so will he decide to flick it in here with the 1K with the 5-eye flush?
It's gone pretty big, targeting, probably more likely targeting the Queen of Diamonds, the Jack of Diamonds, the 10 of Diamonds maybe.
The real problem that we have here, James, is he's fired 1K into 2 players here, so really tough for him to bluff in this spot. Does go for the polarized size on the river. He's saying he's got the nuts or nothing. I think Vinny's going to find a way out here with just the 5 of diamonds, James.
It will be interesting to see. Yeah, we haven't seen him in too many river spots. like this. He's usually had 2 pair and had a fairly straightforward decision. This time, his hand is fairly weak in reality. He might think that it could be good. Obviously, he does have a flush, but beaten by any value bets here. And it would be pretty brave to just pot this with no diamonds.
And sometimes, James, if you don't believe them, you've got to just call.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to know, but this is on stream, so you will eventually find out whether you were right or not. Looks like he's finding the fold.
It's a well-timed fold for Vinny. He would have been parting ways with a bag of sand there. And just like that, very strong holding for Ali. He's gonna chip him up once more.
10.5.
And the action here at Dusk Till Dawn, Nottingham shall proceed.
It's an interesting card. $10.5.
Vinny Lung said, can't wait to see Charlie get away from Liverpool to Vegas next month. Yeah, you can take the lad out to Liverpool, but you can't take the Liverpool out the lad. Off to Vegas again we are. Gonna be really nice to see lots of the UK poker faces over in America in some of this time. We've got a real community on our hands, James. So together in poker. We see a lot of each other. I see some poker players more than I see my own mum.
No, that's good, because, you know, poker can be a bit of an isolated game sometimes. I guess it can depend whether you are predominantly online or live player. I know that live is more your domain, so probably a little bit more sociable than online. But still, it's good that good to keep connections with people, not get yourself too isolated. Because obviously, poker is very much a selfish game. You're trying to win for yourself. But lots of friendly people in poker, I've always found.
Yeah, it can definitely be hard to lose your temper as well, because at least in live poker you haven't got people throwing things at you on the table. Those animations can be quite tilting in this day and age. And look at this, just another little look at the V-pips at the table. Vinny going for the solid 83% of hands, putting on a display yesterday, the lads.
Yeah, and I did think early when, you know, that can be affected by sample size, and sometimes if you play 4 out of 5 hands or whatever, you are going to have that kind of percentage occasionally. But we are now a solid 2.5 hours or so into the stream, and that percentage is not showing any signs of going down.
He certainly came to play today, Vinny, and he's got a can of Red Bull behind him, so energy could be spurting out once more. Really is a dangerous player, he is. And one of those players really tricky to figure out. When he's putting in lots of money, you just don't quite know where you stand with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he has mixed it up a little bit. Made some very unorthodox plays, of course. Recalling the 5-pot overjam with second pair early doors. That was a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, worth noting, he still is bluff catching in that hand, but whether he wants to be putting it in there, you know, thinking the opponent's just got high cards, it really is a risky, optimistic play. But he has clawed back some of those losses from that hand as the stream's progressed. And here we go, we've got some more action here. Hijack, Ilyas opens it up, Tom with the 3-bet, the nice size out of position there. And looks like he's taking that one down pre-flop.
Yeah, and you can see how big this game is really with the fact that Tom is pretty much putting nearly a quarter of his stack in here as a 3-bet pre with Ace King. Just as sort of a standard 3-bet.
1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40.
But he is one of the shallower players. We do have some deep stacks about. They are playing the £25 straddle. So you have some players 400 bigs deep. effectively.
Yeah, we're getting some comments in on Vinny's VPIP today. He really is delivering a performance for all of us here to watch. Really, really fun player. Definitely the highlight of our stream so far. But with plenty much time left in the stream, somebody could be taking that spotlight right away from him. We'll just have to wait and see what action unfolds here, James.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we have some loose action here. I'm not sure. I think it was James actually that 3-bet or put the pink chips in there, not Ali. So maybe a different hand that was getting involved there. But nevertheless, it's just raise and take it pre-flop. So.
And Jagger, Vinny, and Nick, between them, hold about 30k in the 5, 10, 25. So they're definitely the players to be getting involved in hands with. Potentially lots of chips up for grabs with those guys. And Vinny's got quite the wall of chips. That looks like an impressive stack to me, James.
Yeah, that's pretty nice when you've got a stack like that sat in front of you. It generally means you've been winning some pots.
Yeah, that's another thing you can compliment Dusk Till Dawn for. Like, players like to play with lots of chips. They like to create a nice chip stack. In the UK, it is quite difficult to be given lots of chips to play with. For some reason, when you're playing in America, the casinos don't mind letting you have, you know, hundreds and hundreds of the low denomination chips. Dusk Till Dawn don't really hold back though. Whatever you ask for, you seem to get in this club.
Yeah, it's nice that they will accommodate in that situation, and it. Yeah, generally player friendly at Dusk Till Dawn. I tend to find. And got a monotone board here, and nobody has a spade. So
and here, this is an interesting dynamic. No one with a spade in hand. Vinny decided to bet on the turn card blind before the river came, and just like that, when you know, you know.
That is
scoops it down.
That's you know, that's pretty strong. Got to give him credit there. That looks kind of strong. But as we see, it was a value bluff.
I've just heard the words bomb pot. We could be about to witness some carnage.
Nice. Got bomb pots on the stream.
We actually haven't seen one thus far.
Wow,
so
okay.
Would be fun to commentate over that dynamic. We've gone for a dealer change. I'm not too sure if the talk of bomb pot was just a potential or whether we'll see one or not, but it's definitely something to keep your eyes peeled for the rest of the night.
Maybe the players just hoping for that, obviously. Players would be rooting for such a thing.
You've got to obviously hear the commentators. There has to be a way of like excellent tuning out. You know what I mean? I don't think there's many better ones than this in the UK.
I know that my wife would like to tune me out, and so if anyone does come up with a way for that to happen, then she would be most interested.
There has to be a way of like tuning in and tuning out. You know what I mean? Staffing issues will be alright. Yeah.
If you would like to send any complaints,
I think apart from the dealers that work here, everything's
send them to. What address shall we get trying?
Just as many miles away from Liverpool as physically possible, please, James.
We were complimenting his shirt earlier as well. I don't know.
What's going on?
Definitely looks the part today, does Ali.
Yeah,
he's also keen to get involved as well, which is always great to see. Each of these players may only have a few hours of stream time left. We have seen a couple of these guys before though, so definitely is hope to see some of these faces again. But lots of players on this table taking their opportunity to get involved. And here we've got trip aces for Jagger.
Interesting action here. Ali, I believe, check called flop and now leads this turn, which is I guess yeah, it's kind of interesting. Maybe feeling like his fours are good and going for some value. But James is sat there. And you've got to think that now Ali is bluffing with 4s. An interesting hand to choose. And he's gone massive as well.
Yeah, so now Jagger in somewhat a tough spot now. He's definitely bluff catching with his ace. Just got to decide whether Ali's capable of doing this. Not too sure. We're going to see Jagger fold here.
Yeah, an ace is a pretty good card to bluff catch with. Graphics maybe are wrong here. I don't feel like he's folded.
Yeah, no, Jagger's still got hold of his cards here, I'm pretty sure.
That one's for you, boys. Well, I might agree.
It doesn't look like he may have folded.
I might agree. Do you have any bids?
Wow, that is
incredibly timed bluff from Ali, taking it down with the 4s.
wow. Yes, that is an interesting hand. That played out very kind of unusually, I think. Would have maybe expected James just to take a little bit longer though with the ace-5. I don't believe we have a shot clock on this game. Correct, Charlie? I don't see one.
Yeah, no, in the cash games, all players have got as much time to act as they want unless somebody calls the clock. But everybody has been kindly given enough time to make a decision this far.
Credit to the players. They haven't been tanking at all. The game's been flowing nice and fast. But maybe could have taken a few more moments with the ace-5 there. Feels like a pretty decent hand to consider bluff catching with.
Yeah, it's also worth noting as well that in the big pots, the players at the table are laying back and giving the players enough time to make a decision. When they're playing in bigger pots, it's always good etiquette to have in a cash game. Yeah.
How long's it gone? 70 odd minutes? How long's it gone? 70 odd minutes?
So it looks like the double straddle is on again. Yeah, we've got a 50 pound straddle. After folding the ace-5 there, James. I've got nothing left. I've got nothing left. Got the Vinny limps the just calls the straddle with the king-5 off. Nick in the small blinds, the first of 4 blinds, finds ace-king. Okay, we have ace-king and queens. We will see.
And look at this. This is one we could have seen all the money go in again.
Yeah,
and Jagger.
It's with Jagger getting involved here, it's hard to see how the money doesn't go in.
Sorry, I feel like this is perfect time. I got the moves like Jagger.
Yeah, you maybe don't want to have the moves like Jagger when your opponents have queens and ace king in this hand though. I think we likely. Okay, Nick does just call though with the ace-king, which is going to leave the queens a very, very nice spot to just rip it all in. And then you've got to imagine the ace-king is going to have to call it off.
Yeah, if Nick was going to have any way out of this hand, which seemed it may be at first, James putting in the light 3-bet is definitely taking this away from him now. And we're going to be going to the races again, James. And so far, the boards have been getting run once. And we're going to have the classic flip, ace-king versus queens. Who's going to come out on top this time?
Yeah, we saw the ace-king beat jacks earlier in a massive flip.
I think it's about 2.5.
Sent one of our players to the rail.
2.5 more and 60, don't worry about that.
Ali is the player whose stack will be all in. James just Hollywooding here. Most likely, I mean, he will be getting reasonable odds at this point, but with the action behind, he can't continue with King Jack. And Ace King is going to be getting a pretty good price there, and yeah, he does snap it off as you would expect.
We've got the once or twice question asked.
Ace King, ask for you. 2 times then. Two times.
So we are going to run the board twice for the first time tonight. So the odds would say we're going to be chopping the pot up here, but who knows? Let's see what kind of food the dealer's in.
Ace King, ask for you. 2 times then. Two times for the gram.
To a flop. Queen still best. Needed to fade an ace or a king. Still an ace or a king. And flop 1 is scooped to Ali.
It's a pretty clean run out, but at least Ace King didn't waste any of their out. So,
six immediate outs now for Ace King. Gonna have to find one of those, otherwise Ali is gonna be scooping a nice pot. No help on the flop.
That's not what you want to see when you have Ace King.
And now there's just like a 24% chance that Nick will receive any of this pot. Make that a 12% shot, ace or a king, otherwise Ali scoops in an 8k pot. Look at that, there you go, the lock goes in the direction of Ali. And it seems to me that he's pretty happy with the result of that. What do you think, James?
Yeah, I mean, when you decide to run it twice, you kind of excited to scoop the pot when it's a flip, right? It's pretty unlikely, and that is brick city for Ace King on this occasion. Didn't have a sweat on either board.
Ali getting very animated in his seat there. I'm sure he's just making it clear to Nick that he's not showing any form of bad etiquette. He's just happy to scoop a massive pot here on stream. So nothing wrong with that. Ali happy to scoop in the 8k pot, running twice. His fortune is in. Wins the flip, defeats Ace King twice. And after he has been paid out, we will move on to the next.
That's why I said it, he's my hero.
And fortune runs bad once more for Nick, losing a lot of the profits that he had built up so far tonight. Still in the green though by the looks of it.
Ace King garbage, eh? Fucking hate Ace King.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well if he's going to lose that hand and still be winning.
Yeah, no, you do, yeah, you would do it, yeah.
Nice flat,
huh? I know what's going to happen.
Ace King garbage, eh? Fucking hate Ace King. Oh, wait, that's
so far in this game.
Yeah, there's been some very huge spots in this game so far, and it's going to be interesting to see how the dynamic changes once more. Now Ali's chipped up, it's going to be interesting to see how involved he becomes now for the remainder of the session.
Yeah, absolutely, and he
I mean, double pair board on both boards,
find a way to win that pot.
Wait, hold on a minute.
The hand before, holding pause on a...
Oh my god.
X9 board.
I mean, double paired board on both boards, wasn't it?
And gotta say, sometimes fortune favours the brave, and he's been since rewarded with a massive double up.
I think I'm getting a bit tired now. All of a sudden. Which one? Really good. Which one's that?
I can't remember.
You can't remember, yeah?
What was it?
The one where you made it straight on the river with 10-7. Yeah, it's true actually. Well, the fans at home have already seen that was a good yeah.
Seems like the players are keeping track a little bit of previous hands that have played on the stream. Obviously, there is some pre-information there for them if they do. So you want to keep an eye on what your opponents are doing if you have the opportunity.
150.
Just had a question chat, is Vinny in green? No, Vinny is the player in it's seat 6, although it may look to you like he's in seat 5. He's the 5th player
I'm not
on
at
the
it.
right.
I'm never at it.
In green, that is Ali.
I call. I flop a queen.
Get stacked.
Yeah, somehow.
Oh, right.
River straight.
He floats with 7 high.
I call. I flop a queen.
Get stacked.
Yeah, somehow.
Should have exposed
River straight.
He floats with 7 high. Backdoor straight. Should have exposed 1. $250. $250.
So, Vinny channeling his inner Doyle Brunson here.
Yeah, and this is, again, the dynamic of playing against Vinny. You just don't feel like very comfortable firing when you've got no piece of the board because, you know, he's continuing flops so wide, it's become so difficult to play on future streets. Just hoping to take the A-side to showdowns some way here.
Check.
Will Vinny find a bet? He does just give this one up. Might have got that one through, but he can't necessarily win them all.
Yeah, Vinny may be coming slightly frustrated now because he has shut down in a few hands where he can be able to see the opponent would definitely have folded. So it's going to be interesting to see if he does carry on shutting down in these pots. If he's shutting down in £200, £500, £300 pots, before you know it, you're losing out on 4 figures that could have been on his stack if he'd have decided to make a bet. And each of those 3 times, he could have made a small bet and potentially taken the pot down. So it'd be interesting to see if he does start attacking the passive routes taken against him.
Yeah, I've done it. Always got to make it over 1,000. It looks scary, doesn't it?
And Nick is popping it up here to 225 with the Ace King.
Oh, his nemesis. The Ace King is come back to him.
Price of poker has gone up. He's decided for anybody, if anybody wants to play this hand, they're going to have to put in 225 to start with. May not be the worst strategy to employ though, James, because Vinny does like to call very light.
When you have Vinny calling hands like Queen 6 offsuit, going chunky pre-flop does make some sense, definitely. And are we at the slot machine? 777.
Right, this is one that Nick has to continue on, just with the overpaid advantage. He's going to be most likely to hold aces, kings, and queens here. Really got to fire on that flop and just try and deny equity from cards that can be out there free to hit a full house. And Vinny, look at this, floating with the Queen 6.
Wow. Yeah, has shenanigans in mind, but this one's a little bit tricky. I mean, what can you be calling with here? It can only really be sort of low, sort of small pairs like 4s, 5s, maybe. The occasional 7, of course, but other than that, it's a little bit tricky to see what can call. Maybe some ace highs would call here, but Nick, of course, would have those well beaten.
And this is a
with a nice
real test.
Yeah,
this is a real test of Nick's heart now. I believe he's now bluffing with ace king because it's very, very tough to get called by a worse hand than ace king here.
It seems a little bit strange to bluff ace king in this particular spot. Yeah, I see what you mean. It does feel a little bit large for a value bet, perhaps. Can Vinny find? I'm curious to see how this plays out. Vinny does not look like he wants to fold.
Yeah, Nick really just putting pressure now on the 4s, 5s, and 6s that Vinny's got to hold, and he really didn't want to get out the way. He must have a survivor sense that a queen or a 6 is coming on the river, and it would have been good. But this time, well-timed aggression from Nick to take down the pot.
I think you're right. Maybe Nick really going for it and trying to get almost all hands out of there, that feeling like he has such a range advantage and block, with the ace and the king. You can have aces and kings a lot, obviously, in that position.
Yeah, if Vinny was to look Nick up once more there, if he did have a pocket pair in hand, it would have been really interesting to see if Nick would have fired for 3 there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once Vinny calls the turn, he's the type of player to just put you on ace king. Not too sure it would be a wise move to go 3 against him as a bluff. But nicely timed aggression from Nick does manage to get the queen high to fold.
The only hand I have a chance. You know what, I'd take a double up as well. My girlfriend just texted me saying, why are you playing the worst hands? I'm sorry, babe.
It's not good if you're getting rub downs from your own misses, is it? I mean...
Well, it depends which type of rub down we're talking about, James.
Ah, yes. What a good
Sorry,
answer. I'm not really familiar with those. I've been married for too long.
And look at this. We haven't seen pretty much any hands that don't contain Vinny's name so far tonight.
Yeah, and this one, they both kind of have a medium strength hands. Well, somewhere maybe medium to weak now on this turn.
Yeah, boy. Hey, are we swapping? I noticed
I think that 8 should really be considering a value bet in this hand against Vinny.
Yeah, boy.
Only beaten by queen and flushes.
Hey, are we swapping? I noticed I've won a decent sized pot now you want my glasses all of a sudden. You didn't want them earlier on, did you? With that ace king hand?
Possibly miss some value in this hand, I would suggest.
I don't even know what these
But obviously, it would have been reasonably thin.
Come on, play some hands for me.
Winner.
Come on. Teach these lot a lesson, these donkeys. Come on. Come on, man. Play a couple of hands.
You might as well log him as a new.
Come on, Albert. Come on. Play some hands. Wait there.
Daniel Hodgson has put in the chat, depends if it's with the baby oil variety. We've gone quite off on a tangent here. We've gone from analysing high V pips to massages with baby oils. It's going quite the other direction here today, guys.
We've got Hall of Famer Wadey here. Doesn't want to come
I think we want to veer down that.
Yeah, there's only so far this conversation can go, James. I think it's best to remind everyone what's going on at DTD again. We've got WPT 500 come up again here this month. Welcoming it back to Dusk Till Dawn, 500k guaranteed main event for a £560 buy-in. That's value if I've ever seen it. And cash games are always on here at Dusk Till Dawn. The room's atmosphere in general is like it is on today's stream. And the staff, the family, some staff have worked here for a long time, and the ones that haven't automatically become part of the furniture here very quickly at Dusk Till Dawn. Really is a special place to play. For those who have played here before, I know they will come back, and for those of you who haven't, this is a must play for all UK poker players.
Nah, this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been kind of fortunate that I live reasonably close to Dusk Till Dawn, so pretty much play there exclusively in terms of live poker, honestly, in the UK. No need to go anywhere else.
And let's dive back into the action here. We've got a 4-way pot, Nick flopping best with his king jack. However, Vinny deciding that he's flopped a straight, so comes out for the bet.
Yeah, that is quite ambitious on this board with his holding. It's not really looking like it's going to work out too well. Nick has a pretty strong hand.
Vinny gonna need running sevens, and that is gonna give the check mark over to Nick. But does Vinny decide to rep the diamonds, and he's reaching for chips again? When you know, right? We're target the king here. Let's just fire.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. If he's firing this turn, he's going to have to really consider betting some revers.
And there we go. Nick,
continuing the story.
Nick just getting slightly frustrated there, knowing that he
Wow.
can't call his turn.
I mean, I assume that he is folding turn there because he's concerned about the river bet, because that seems a little bit tight. King Jack's pretty strong.
It just becomes really difficult because the chances are Vinny's going to fire through again on the river and
Yeah.
we're all dead on the turn. So I think this is a good fold from Nick. However, timing slightly off, and this is why Vinny is so difficult to play against. You just don't know what and when he's going to do something.
Show me an ace.
Yeah, it's perhaps a little bit more difficult for the players to know what Vinny is up to than it is for us. Obviously, we have seen every hand of the stream. The players may have some idea about a couple of hands, but they are busy playing. And not every hand shows down, obviously, at the table.
Oh yeah, thank you.
You may have some idea of what's going on the stream, but I don't know. I don't know if you can go folding King Jack suited when you're playing against a player that V-pips 80%.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
But this
Yeah,
time, Vinny has a real hand though, so this could be interesting. Jagger likes to defend his straddles. You have to say that.
Yeah, these guys definitely giving each other action non-stop through tonight's stream. And it's really fun to see, a real test of everybody's post-flop abilities.
Check. You definitely
Yeah,
win.
C-bet on this flop will just take it down.
Is anyone playing after?
You into football, Charlie?
Yeah, I was dreading that question being asked. I'm an Evertonian, so it's not been the season of dreams, to be fair.
Ah.
Yourself?
Yeah, I follow Lincoln City.
Oh dear. So let's reiterate then, you don't follow football, James, right?
Do you know, I'm one of those annoying people though that has like a lower league team and a Premiership team. I know that I'm maybe not proud of one, and my Premiership team that I've supported since I was little is Liverpool, I'm afraid to say.
Oh, dearie me.
Yes. So if you'd like me to sign off now, I would understand.
And that's all that we're going to see tonight from James, folks. Thank you for listening.
I won't rub it in too much. It's hardly been an enlightening season for ourselves in terms of Liverpool or Lincoln, to be honest. It's been a little bit fruitless for both my teams. But
and it would
I see Man United had a bit of a defeat today, so that could open the door. You never know.
Yeah, it's so unpredictable these days as football, and as is this cash game here. There's been lots of dynamic plays, to say the least, and Vinny is in again in a 1.4k pot with the King 10 off, and Ilyas is...
How is this money? You know, we veer off a tangent slightly for 2 seconds, and suddenly there's 1.4k in the middle.
And Ilyas is asking for a count, and this is dangerous territory. Is he going to go for it again here when he's got enough flush and 2 overs?
Could he just slip him a check here? I mean, oh, I see. Hold on, he's in position. My apologies. Okay,
I think Vinny's going to lead all in. I'm getting really
Ooh,
bad feelings here, but he does check.
Yeah, that would be dangerous. He's just sat there with 7% equity, as we see as well. But oh, yeah, the just slightly more than pot-sized jam on the flop.
Yeah, Ilyas does decide to just rip. I'd have liked to have seen a bet here, but it definitely can't be a mistake just putting all the money in here. Doing really well against every one of Vinny's possible holdings, and he's got Vinny at 7% equity here, and surely this is going to be the end of the hand, but you just don't know with a player like Vinny.
This would be a very optimistic call. I mean, he is ahead of some flush draws, you could say, but that is pretty much it. Other than that, we're going to see Asif here with pairs,
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what's going through Vinny's mind about what he's beating. I think he's just fancying a gamble here. He really, really doesn't want to throw away his king and 10.
Yeah. He has a couple of backdoor straight draws. He has an overcard to the... Okay, he's chucking it out. It did seem like he was genuinely torn there, not showboating.
And there we go, he's telling him that he had the ace king of clubs, and he's telling him I had king 10, and now he's saying, what were you thinking about? Just another reminder there for you guys of the chip counts. We've got a very deep 5, 10, 25 cash game. The occasional 50 straddles getting through on as well. We've seen that in the last couple of episodes here on DTD Live. If you did miss those, you can go and check them out on the DTD Live page. All of the previous episodes are on YouTube forever, recorded. And every single Thursday now from 7:30 PM, we'll be on air. So at the moment, we are doing the test phase for the streams here at DTD. 5, 10, 25 for now. Potential to see some bigger stakes with some very interesting lineups. And if you are looking to get involved in these games yourself, go and see Mr. Brodsky at the poker desk and get your name on the list. And before you know it, you will be in the action here at DTD.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can find DTD Live on all the social media. I did notice the Twitter is at DTD Live if you want to catch some snippets and announcements about when the stream is going live. So go ahead and follow DTD Live. It does have the blue tick. I believe we must have flicked in the $8 a month for that one. I know that's a hot topic at the minute.
What, did you just say you can pay $8 a month to become verified?
Yeah, you know, it's a new thing. I haven't really followed it too closely, but it's an Elon Musk development with Twitter. I think he's got rid of all the legacy ticks that people used to have, and now you have to stump up $8 a month, and you automatically get one.
Well, let's hope Instagram don't come out with that idea, because I'll be losing $8. The claim to fame.
There is a DTD Live Instagram as well. I'm just furiously Googling to make sure I get the name right. It is at dtd.live, if Instagram is your thing.
And here we go, back into the poker game. We've got a 1.2k pop brew in here. We've got King Queen for...
Charlie, every time I look off the screen, there is suddenly 1.2k in the middle. What is going on?
Yeah, well, 5, 10, 25 action. It's not a rare thing to see pots of this size. And here we go. Ali's got the king. He's got the queen of diamonds working. A good shot's no good as Tom holds a flush. We're about to see another big one again here, potentially, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom with the flush. Ali with the pair, the straight draw, the flush draw. Asif finds a fold with just a bare king, and the flush holds. So King Queen left with mostly just a bluff catching hand, but it is a decent, potentially a decent bluff catching hand with that Queen of Diamonds. Pretty relevant, blocking the straight, blocking the nut flush, but Tom is sat there with an 8 high flush. Will be going for some value in that straddle position, but a snap fold from Ali, recognizing strength.
Was the bet 800 at 1.4k? So Ali decided to not bluff catch against the 2/3 pot sizing. And Tom scooping in the pot, and he's playing just south of 5k now.
Ace 4 suited.
Yeah, Ali does well maybe to let that one go. One of those hands where you can maybe think long, think wrong. Obviously, it's easy to say what players should do when you can see the whole cards. That is always a difficulty with commentating. it's a lot easier when the cards are face up.
What, did they just win that with the last kick of the game? Wow. So they got Fergie time themselves, yeah?
The players just commenting on the.
What, did they just win that
I may have
with the
given a
last kick
spoiler.
of the game?
How,
Wow. So they got
that
Fergie
goes.
time themselves.
I'm trying to get my head around how delays work on stream, and I think I've just made a fool of myself.
Don't worry, James. We get the point.
I don't think there's a DeLorean out there, is there? So I'm not sure how I convinced myself that could possibly be a spoiler, but there you go.
Right, so 6-4 suited from the button for Leo, and Jagger comes along in the big blind. Tom calls with the 5-3 suited, and Vinny is not going nowhere with a very, very good hand is in ace-9 of diamonds. So 4-way action this time.
Check.
Oh, and Bing just flops a flush.
There you go. Spades are out there for Leo in position. He's got a nice one to bet here.
A little bit unfortunate for him, but not too much for his opponents to continue with. Not that will necessarily stop Vinny, of course. We have seen some wide floats by him, but this one would be out of position.
Yeah, really tough for the 8 to do anything when Leo bets into 4 players, but there we go. It's a well-timed prediction from James, as Vinny is going nowhere with literally 0 equity.
And perhaps Vinny, fortunate not to improve here, an ace or 9 might have spelled some trouble, but the board getting worse for ace-9 of diamonds, and Leo sitting very comfortably here with a flush.
Yeah, with just a 6 high flush, sometimes it may not be able to incorporate 3 streets of value. However, against a player with such a high VPIP in Vinny, flush definitely good enough to go for 3 here.
It's gone reasonably large and wants to charge those spade flush draws that Vinny can hold, where he has 1 card to a flush, and Vinny just releasing on the 10.
This one?
Just to mention, the players are just showing 1 card when they win at Showdown.
This one?
Just to add a little something to the game. And Leo will have shown, kind of doesn't matter which card he showed there, it's both essentially the same thing.
And now we've got a good time to shout out my old commentary buddy in Bratislava. It's the man himself, Mr. Ethan Foreman, in the chat. And his question is, why does his jumper say stubby?
Do you know, I was wondering the same thing, to be honest. Is
If
that personalised, or is
if anybody can help us out with that one, and if they know why that's on the t-shirt, then we'll be very, very interested to hear the reason.
We'll fucking barrel off in a minute.
I find that hard to believe that's a Nike brand, but maybe it's possible. Might have to ask him that one after the game finishes, Charlie.
Yeah. So, Nick keeping that limping range balanced again. Queen 9 of diamonds is good from the hijack this time. And Ali decides to overlimp with the King 6 suited. And we're going to be going 4-way again. Lots of queens in the pack there. Going to be pretty tough to see one of those on the board.
Pretty nice flop here for King 6 of Hearts, whereby he's got the nut flush draw on. His opponents have all completely whiffed.
No. If I'm gonna take that line, I'm just gonna jump the river. Yeah. I thought so. I think when you actually always felt like fast. Yeah. Just to see if I can induce you to do. No. If I'm gonna take that line.
Even Vinny gets out. Even Vinny gets out the way with the Queen 7.
Yeah, pretty hard to for anyone to continue in that hand, but Ali will be reasonably happy to just take that one down on the flop, given that he hadn't quite made his hand.
Well, there's the VPIPs again, James. We are expecting each of the players to make somewhat an impression, to be invited back onto the stream and give some action. Do you think Vinny's met the threshold?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see how much of a gap there is between his VPIP and, you know, James there with 54%, second highest VPIP in the game. 54% still reasonably high. We are playing 7-handed here, so kind of short-handed. VPIP's going to go up for that reason. Also with straddles, might be a reason that VPIPs would be higher. Yeah, but 80% is holding firm.
Yeah, so over the previous 2 episodes as well, James, the average VPIP's been somewhere around 50, so really is an incredible amount of hands being played. People are taking their stream time to their advantage and getting involved.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really accuse any of these players of being nits, which is good to see.
And here we go, Ilyas peeling the pocket kings, the second best hand in poker.
Yeah, absolutely. And a pretty nice spot here in the third blind. But just Vinny left to 8, has the Jack-8 offsuit. And is going to flick it in out of position.
And you know what, it's funny last night because I actually had a dream that I thought Jack-8 was worth 500 as well. But look at that, what do I know? And this is going to be danger for Ilyas. Vinny is going to be taking people out.
And Kings finds the check on the turn, but there is 1.2k in the middle, only 2.4k back for Kings. And the small bet on the turn is just
this is one where I want to see Vinny move all in and just play for the lot, because our opponent can definitely have an overpair.
Makes a full house on the river, like.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult here for Vinny, because a lot of players aren't going to see the fact that a player would check back an overpair on the flop. Did he go all in?
He went all in, and you got to say that Ilyas under-repped his hand throughout this hand, so you can understand his call for that reason. He did just snap it off.
And that's incredible. Yeah, we're never ever going to be folding kings there against a player like Vinny, given on how many hands he's playing.
Yes, absolutely. And being under-repped as well.
Yeah, I really do like the flop check, though. It's really important to balance in some overpairs as well as your ace highs and give ups there. Really wouldn't be folding that hand to Vinny, though, and it's a well-timed shove for him, getting all the money, making the full house. And there you go. When you know Jack-8 is going to be on the board, that's when you put in £500 with it.
Yeah, absolutely. A very favourable board there for the slightly speculative call pre-flop, but when all the money went in.
Vinny is back over the 12k mark once more. Really, really entertaining to watch this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes for some interesting hands, and luck has tended to favour him this evening. Does stack Ilyas on this hand. Ilyas going to feel pretty unfortunate on this stream. He's basically just got stacked the first time with queens, if I recall, and now finds kings against the loosest player at the table, but unfortunate to run into flopped trips that rivered a full house. And stack to pot ratio was such that he couldn't really get away from it.
Nick Wright has asked in the chat, where is Big Dog Brown? Kevin is not featuring in today's lineup. I don't know why he's not on this list. However, he has played twice already on stream and made very good impressions, has the Big Dog. Played very, very well, being the highlight player in both of the streams that he played. In terms of how well he played, he was probably one of the better players in both of the fields. And yeah, it's a shame that we don't see any action from Kevin today, but I'm sure he will be back. A player again who likes to give action, and his post-flop play very, very well. Yeah, also as well about the buzzing on the mic. This stream is still a work in progress. It's not perfect at the moment. We are trying to better it week by week. DTD are investing lots of money to make the stream a more enjoyable experience for all viewers. So we do apologise about some of the feedback that we are getting on today's audio. Hopefully it's not stopping everybody seeing how much action is on at this table. Everybody enjoying themselves who's featuring in this game, especially the commentators and lots of the viewers as well. Really nice to have everybody involved again for the episode 3 of the Cash Game series here at Dusk Till Dawn Casino Nottingham.
God. Can you know, be less quick?
And we are playing 6-handed again at the moment. Cards are in the air once more.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder if Ilyas might just call it a night after getting stacked twice. Fairly unfortunate spots.
What do you reckon? Hi, I'll, what do you want?
I think it's always coming.
Let's have some of that. Checking the pack. What do you reckon? Hi, I'll, what do you want?
And what about the action over in the EPT as well in Monte Carlo? I see Leo Worthington Lease, well-known UK reg, is through to the last 16 in the EPT 5k main event. 900k up top. That would be a nice score, hey James?
Yeah, what you say least known reg? I recognise that name. Didn't you have a deep run in something like this before? I seem to recall. Maybe years ago.
Leo Worthington Lease has been around for a while. Definitely a very, very capable poker player. Sending the best wishes over to Monte Carlo for him. Go and take that life-changing money, Leo. Best of luck.
Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck, and shout out to Yanis. I've never been great at pronouncing his name.
Yeah, Yanis Lipper has taken down the high roller as well for 400 bags. What a guy!
Absolutely, yes. Congrats to him.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of busting Yanis in a £340 comp at Dusk Till Dawn, where I finished third for 8,850, I think it was. I busted Yanis with 3 tables to go. I can't remember the exact hands, but it's not about who the better player is, it's about who has the luck on the day in tournaments. Isn't that right, James?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you always have to have a little bit of luck in tournaments. But yeah, he's been on the scene a long time, and I'm sure a well-deserved victory in Monte Carlo.
1,300.
So Tom here facing a pretty large bet. Looks like 2 times pot actually, with the holding an overpair to the board. Jagger holding 2 pair has gone for max value on this river, and disciplined folds.
Thank you, sir.
By Tom there. The graphics are wrong there. That was Tom holding. Jagger winning the pot with the 7 for offsuit, but always difficult to fold an overpair. But the flush did get there. Plenty of straights. Some more. Also losing, of course, the 2 pair. Does find the fault.
So the man gonna fall out sometime. What do I get to fold? Overbid one. Yeah, you're 10, right? But basically, yeah, you're 10, right? But basically,
So it looks like we've got some blind v blind action here. Potentially, we've not seen much of this tonight.
No, not that quick. Just think about it.
It looks like, yeah, Ali
Yeah, look. Oh, shit.
betting the
that's
ace-3
wrong.
offsuit.
Hold on.
Yes, it's Leo in the small.
No,
Gets it through.
not that quick. Pocket threes. Just think about it.
Showed him the 3, as you would
Yeah,
expect.
look. Oh, shit, that's the wrong one. No, hold on.
Given that players are showing one card in these kinds of situations, that would be the prudent one to show in that situation.
He's winning in it.
Are we going to get another player, or just stay with zero? Yeah.
The player's playing 6-handed currently.
Are we going to get another player?
Saw Asif Ilyas get stacked with kings a few hands ago.
Here we go. So Nick opening gun here with ace-10. The effect of low jack and Jagger deciding to not 3-bet this one and come in with a defend. Expect him to be calling the flop as he does.
Yeah, but the board not proceeding favourably for Jagger, and just proving Nick's kind of a reasonable card for him, given that he has the 10 of spades.
Yeah, this card, Nick wants to do a mix between checking and some small bets, potentially charge some draws and some 9x, some weaker 10s. Does elect to bet again, and Jagger has nothing to continue with. Really nice to be a part of the 5-10-25 cash game stream here at Dusk Till Dawn. Here's another chance for a quick reminder to you guys just joining us now. The WPT 500 returns to Dusk Till Dawn May the 24th to the 29th, bank holiday weekend. The main event will have a 500,000 guaranteed prize pool. £560 could potentially lock you the winning prize in that one. And if the main event isn't your thing and you prefer a high roller, each has a 100,000 guarantee, 2 of those tournaments. And if you fancy satelliting into any of those tournaments, there'll be live satellites at Dusk Till Dawn. And the DTD 100 is currently on in the background of this weekend. There's a 100,000 guaranteed, £120 buy-in, with 20 WPT 500 seats involved in that prize pool. So every reason to come and play at Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cash games constantly.
If you're interested in the schedules, make sure you log on to dusktilldawnpoker.com and you can check out the full schedule for each series. At least the ones that are the most recent and upcoming, they do get published in advance. Looking at the calendar, it looks like it's pretty stacked actually for the next few months. Lots going on at Dusk Till Dawn. Leo here with a pretty nice holding on the river, top pair, top kicker still. Jagger had some promise on the turn, but it's just turned into a little bit of showdown value. Takes the showdown value there with the 5, but it's no good.
Pull the 4, please.
Ace jack.
Ace jack. Hey, with the blocker as well. Pull the 4.
So we've got some comments in the chat again. Daniel Hodgson has said, "Where's Fingers? Get him on the live stream." Fingers, the legend himself, Liverpool regular player. I'm sure he would love to be in one of these streams. It'd be lots of fun for everybody to watch as well. Maybe one day we can get him on. And also, will I be attending the WPT 500? Unfortunately, I will not be available for the WPT 500 as I will be flying out to Vegas very shortly after. So I will be resting up and I'm going to miss that one. Really sad about that one. It looks like it's going to be a great schedule. At least now you all know somebody else can win it. I will not be there.
I'd be very curious as to how he got the nickname Fingers.
Yeah, that's something that we won't tread on while we're on stream, James.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to go off on that tangent again. It could take a while.
As long as it doesn't involve baby oil.
And there you go, easy as that for Vinny.
Okay, obviously I was being matched online, so I just thought I was fun. Have some food and watch the football, and if I get a shout, I get a shout. So, okay, obviously I wasn't on the lineup, so I just thought I was fun. Have some food and watch the football.
Tom clearly expressing his excitement there to be back in the spotlight on the stream.
What's up, Vinny?
Yeah, he'll be pretty happy when he sees that he was correct in folding knives a few hands ago. Might still be wondering about that spot.
When does work normally calm down for you? It's fencing, isn't it?
So someone's potentially away from the table here as Tom is under the gun and also the effective cutoff.
Yes,
and
this is funny how things work when you get people straddling. Suddenly the positions kind of switch up a little bit.
Yeah, so Tom won't be opening a typical under the gun range here. Very competent player in himself. He will be playing the cutoff. 6 is definitely in there, and a 3-bet from Vinny, which we haven't seen too much of pre-flop. So Tom will be proceeding with caution, but potentials here.
I was about to say, you know, maybe.
Oh, look at this. That's got to be aces the way he did that, surely. We can't see the cards yet. Aces one time. Kings.
Yeah, you're pretty much right.
Yeah, it was the whole body posture, the way Nick put that in so aggressively. And without that, his range is going to be tight in general anyway. 4-betting from the small blind. He's going to be doing this with such a small range of hands. Will he get any action from Vinny with 10s though? This could all go in, to be honest, James.
Yeah, yeah, there's definitely potential. 10s on the in the small blind. It's a massive raise, and he's gone for the call, and there's this pot is nearly the size of Nick's remaining stack, so just a stack to pot ratio around the 1 region.
Yeah, we could see a lot of trouble here if
I mean any low flop was massive trouble. There is a queen out there which has some potential to save Vinny from.
Oh, I really love this. A lovely time check from Nick. This is absolutely fantastic to see. And look at this, Vinny attacking it, trying to get that ace-king out of there. Is that 2k?
Yeah, I think Vinny just sort of going with his hand essentially here.
Yeah, this is lovely. This is a lovely time check from Nick here. Really well played. And now when he moves in all of the money, Vinny may just put in 2k in frustration with the 10s, and he does. This is a beautifully played hand from Nick, and we're now playing one of the biggest, if not the biggest, pots on stream. And look at this for a scare card now. Look at this. And Kings is going to scoop. Lovely play there from Nick. 12,300 pot, and Vinny.
Massive pot, and music to your ears when you have Kings there, and your player just your opponent. It's like, you know, kind of with that 2k bet, almost like an all-in really. It's
yeah, Vinny's
kind of
heart,
pricing himself in like on a call.
Vinny's heart is broke there when he gets the raise after betting 2k, and there you go, a well-timed check from Nick, inducing the bet from Vinny. making him commit himself with the pocket tens, not going anywhere after putting in 2k, and just like that, Nik takes the spotlight in the stream. It just really does go to show you, when you play a few streams on the run, even if things aren't going your way in the first place, it can always turn in the end. Really, really nice composure from Nik, staying in the game, staying calm, and there you go, finds the kings against Vinny, and a 12,300 pot goes his way.
And you've got to think that Vinny is somewhat aware of his image, which makes it a little bit harder to get away from tens perhaps in that situation. Might feel that Nik is, you know, coming after him a little bit just because he's been so active. Albeit not so much in a 3-betting department though, and just couldn't quite find a way from the tens there.
Daniel Hodson, definitely one of the top fans in the stream today, saying top commentary. Thanks very much for that, the Seagull. Dusk Till Dawn, definitely a work in progress, getting these streams back up running again, trying to make the experience as enjoyable for the viewers as it is for us. We certainly love commentating on this. It's always great to watch what's happening at Dusk Till Dawn. And yeah, so much money's been invested into this, and it's only a matter of time before this becomes one of the biggest contending streams in the world, in one of the UK's most famous card rooms. Straight back into the action, in a 3-bet pot here, King 10 and Ace 3.
Yeah,
this is
Leo,
more like it.
Leo been fairly, he hasn't gone too wild pre-flop, this time going fairly loose with the King 10 offsuit, and Vinny peeling it off with the Ace 3 of clubs. Not too much on this board for either player, and this time we have seen Vinny call in these spots most of the evening where he has sort of an ace high without too much potential, but does let this one go.
Which one?
That one. Yeah.
Are we all going to play after?
I'll do, but I'm not. Get signed away.
It does seem like when the stream ends that the players not feeling like they're going to continue. Of course, that always is an option for them.
Get signed away.
I think the answer is no then, considering there's 3 of us.
Oh, I've just heard one of the players mention Frenchie. Imagine we had Frenchie come to the table. Gene Temper, good friend of mine, very aggressive poker player. I'm sure he'd love a spot on this game. It's just that it is questionable whether his hair would be able to fit in the camera though. Big shout out to Frenchie. Hopefully we do get to see some stream time from him at some point. Do have the luxuries of spending my time in Vegas with him in a month's time, as we did last time. Really can't wait for that. And what's happened here? The screen temporarily frozen, but we're back up and running again.
Yeah, Vinny's opened here with 8s. We have a cut-off peel from Nik. We go 4-way, actually, to a deuce 4 jack rainbow board. Vinny, who was the pre-flop aggressor, c-bets and does have the best hand. Perhaps we will see Tom peel one here as closing the action. Does have second pair essentially, or a and Vinny rivering trips to make his hand go from being, you know, fairly mediocre to pretty nutty. So he will have a very easy value bets, just what he chooses as his size, and it's going to be very difficult for Tom to continue. especially against the near pot size bet here on the river.
Yeah, this definitely isn't as easy as it looks, though. It's kind of nice for Tom to not hold a queen or a 10 in his hand, you know, just unblocking some of the bluffs that Vinny's going to have in this spot. And it's just so hard to credit him in some of these spots. Really unsure whether Tom will decide to look this bet up or toss them into the muck, but he will be getting the bad news if he places any more chips into this pot.
He definitely doesn't look too enthused by the situation, which you can understand. But yes, I see what you mean. Are potentially some reasons to call. Does have that 7 of clubs, and you called it. Charlie does find the hero call.
I mean, you were ahead all the way, so...
Yeah, definitely can't argue with Tom's call there. You know, even though there's a king and a jack and an 8 out on the board, a lot of the hands that Vinny's going to contain that are non-showdown hands, Tom not blocking those in any way, shape or form.
That is a good point. Bet on the bet check, bet line. A little bit suspicious.
Yeah, can't blame Tom for looking that one up, but Vinny scoops in the pot again, reclaiming some of those lost chips from before. For those of you just joining us now, Vinny has been in the spotlight for most of today's session. He's really having a right go, the lad is. Things have gone his way, things haven't gone his way. He's really enjoying fee-pipping very high in this 5, 10, 25 DTD live cash game. And he is welcome again on future streams. He's definitely entertaining, to say the least, James.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't fault that he's getting involved as much as is realistically possible in poker, I would say. It's had mixed fortunes this evening, but still a winner in the game.
So about an hour and a half left of me and James Atkin in the booth tonight. Anybody with any questions to ask, want to get involved in the stream, feel free to post your comments and we will address you as we can. So far tonight, the stream has been action-packed. Chips have shifted from every direction and it really is living up to expectations once more. And if these sorts of streams are what you are looking for on a Thursday night, DTD Live will have them on from 7:30 PM every Thursday. Ali wants to get involved again. He's found the offsuit ace on the button. And Jagger decides to come in with the call. Tom wants some of the action as well. And Vinny hasn't folded 10-7 off since 1977.
Yeah, and we saw, of course, he won a massive pot early in the stream with 10-7 offsuit, hoping to strike it lucky again, and he does actually flop best.
Now, this board, in theory, again, wouldn't be a bad don candidate for Vinny. However, it is risky territory when you're playing 4 ways. He is most likely to flop best with this board. And going heads up now against Ali. Ali with the bottom end of the straight draw. And now Vinny shuts down. Ali taking off a free one. And look at that. Ali gets there with the bottom end of the straight. Will he find some value here against Vinny?
Yeah, you got to think that. Oh, and a very, very quick ball against a half pot sized river bet. Not going to be beating too much.
Yeah, Vinny is a non-believer there. What would have been very, very nice to see was him take some time to think about that one and make it 2.5k.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
Blocking.
That would have been good to see Ali square,
removal,
but nothing else.
Removal to some of the boats. Would have been an interesting play to make. However, Vinny decides that 7 is good enough to take his showdown. However, he was wrong this time. And a nice scooped pot for Ali. Having quite the session as Ali, settled in nicely. Things have started to go his way. Of course, he won the huge all-in. Ace-King versus Queens, holding twice. That's always nice. Running well he is. Enjoying life on the stream table.
I guarantee you all of those names of those foods that you've mentioned your missus eats them, and that's why you know what they're called. No, is that a bad read from me? I guarantee all of those names, because that sounded like, you know, very health conscious diet, and that's definitely not you. No, is that a bad read from me? What are you trying to say? No, I just know. I thought, because that sounded like, you know, very health conscious diet, and that's definitely not you. That guy in the green shirt, you see it?
Well, Ali's clearly got access to a picture of me there. So it seemed, James.
Yeah, I could see him pointing directly at you there, Charlie.
The two best players, the two, you know what I mean? I don't know what
Yeah, definitely talk about me, definitely. Right, here we go, three-way action. Time for a three-way, pardon the pun. Vinny, Leo and Jagger, 5 deuce, king, 4 and 9, 5.
Well, Leo enjoying the three-way the most. Especially now. And Vinny's going to take a stab.
Yeah, Vinny's going to stick it in.
It's breaking down on the stream.
Here we go, no one's leaving yet, nobody's finished.
And that's going to be a bit of an action killer for Leo. Was kind of rooting for that card not to come in, I would imagine. But it's not going to stop Vinny, who's
Look at this. You've got to give Vinny credit. He's not shy to get involved whatsoever. I'm just recognising now. Definitely not going to get to showdown with the best hand. So gambling 450 to see if he can buy the pot. We know it's not going to work.
All right, nice one, bud. Thank you.
Touch of frustration now for Vinny. Really has been such a fun stream, James.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, there's been a lot of action, absolutely, and
here we go.
chips
This
are
chip
flying.
counts for you. Nick winning just south of 9k.
Is that what you want?
Ali winning 4.5. Leo winning 4. Vinny winning 3.5. Tom losing 3.3 and Jagger stuck 7.4 at the moment. He will be looking for his luck to change in the remaining hour and a half of stream. And all players so far with relatively high VPIPs. Everybody came here to play today. Very entertaining lineup here at Dusk Till Dawn, Casino Nottingham. And for anybody just joining us now, if you're wondering how it's possible for you to have your stream moment, go and find Ryan Brodsky in the card room and get your name on the list for next week's game. And you never know, you could be in the spotlight next time.
It didn't work out. Move on.
And Ali is available for some wardrobe advice if you do choose to go on the stream. Sure, he can hook you up with some pretty nice shirts. Will we see you on the stream one day, Charlie?
Oh, mate, believe me, this is a lineup I'd love to test myself in, to test my ability. You know, it would be nice to feature on a Dusk Till Dawn stream one day. That's one place I've not managed to find a stream table yet. And we've put in a lot of work in the lab since I've last been seen on stream. So expect good things, James.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm sure you'll get an opportunity one day. But doing a good job in the booths behind the table on this occasion. So that's the main thing. And we do here have Vinny with no made hand, but some potential. But it bricks out with a 10. And he's out of position, and Nick now just deciding whether to value bet. Pot is pretty large, and he is going to find a value bet here, which is pretty nice with what is effectively second pair. Pretty thin value bet, but goes quite small, targeting maybe a 7. Has seen Vinny flick in some calls, and unfortunately for him, Vinny doesn't have a hand he can call with, but fortunately for him, Vinny doesn't decide to get frisky and...
Yeah, it really is lovely to see Nick finding his confidence on the stream. He's absolutely crushing it this session. last session was very, very frustrating for Nik. And this session, a lot of things going his way. Really, really nice to see the luck changing for him. And hopefully we can see him again going forward on these DTD 5, 10, 25 streams. Really fun player to watch.
So Tom looks down at Ace King offsuit in essentially an under the gun position here, though it is the cutoff.
Here we go. How's this pot not bigger?
Yeah, the 3-bet did not come in from either the Ace Queen or the tens, and we go to a flop.
And this flop, Jagger flops a piece. Nik's gonna like this flop, deciding to come in for a lead. Important to note that in theory this is not a thing. However, trying to deny some equity from overcards, potentially extract some value from pairs lower than a 10 right now on the flop. And firing out into all players, it's going to be enough for Nik. Happy to scoop down the 1k pot there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty nice to just take that down on the flop. 10's quite vulnerable, especially against 3 players. So
yeah, it's a tough one there for Nik, because I mean it's a hand really tough to play 4 ways, but you just don't want to lead there because somebody else could have a bigger pair, and when you're raised, you're in a world of trouble. I expect some of these players would definitely be capable of implementing raises there as well if they think Nik's not leading a very strong hand, and as we can see there, Nik leading with just 1 pair.
Yes, absolutely. It's kind of an exploitative play, but also you could argue it's exploitable depending on how players react.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that you can make these unorthodox plays on this stream and not get punished, because there's a few of them on there taking their own lines and definitely all confident in their own strategies that seem to work for each other. Everybody V-pipping relatively high, chips being shifted across the table. Everyone seems to be holding their own in this game, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you got to say no one seems too much out of their depth. They have their own strategies, and they're applying them. And a couple of players got unlucky, but you know, I think confidence can be an important thing in poker, and certainly seeing most of these players play with some confidence.
So we've got some comments in the chat from Neil Godfrey. Thanks for joining us on tonight's stream, Neil. Phones allowed on a live stream being the first question. As far as I am aware, players are allowed to use phones at the table as long as it's not interfering with the play. So far tonight, that hasn't been the case, so we don't mind that. And why wasn't that pot bigger? All playing scared. I'm assuming you are referring to the hand where we've seen some ace king, ace queen, and 10s, not in the 3-bet pot. I don't think it's about being
Sorry,
scared.
big pot taken off here. We've got a jam pre, and Vinny's just cold called it all off. It looks like with applause.
Well, as you can see, Neil, players definitely aren't scared to get their money in. There's just some hands that they want to play post, but this one is gonna go all in pre. No scared money here for Vinny and Tom. We're going to be flipping it out. Ace King versus 4s.
And a
look
floor
at
in
that
the window.
Card. It's a sick flop, and Vinny is going to be in superior shape here. Shows the set for the etiquette, and he's going to be needing runners as Tom. And it's looking to me like there's no more possibilities for Tom. And Vinny's set his best, and scooping in another huge pot is Vinny.
That's kind of real for Tom. Like, he's going to have a reasonably strong range there, and Ace King somewhere, you know, towards the... Well, Ace King just doesn't want to be up against fours there, basically. You know, cause...
Yeah, and again, James, it all falls down to when you know there's a 4 on the flop, you just put all the money in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you know there's going to be a 4, then you want to be sticking it in pre, that's for sure. Yes, fairly... Gotta say that Vinny came here to gamble, that's for sure.
Yeah, all players on the cash game came here to play today. High V-pips around the table, over 40k on the table. The action has been plentiful and really gives us every reason to tune in to episode 4 next week of 5/10/25 here at Dusk Till Dawn on DTD Live YouTube page. But guess what? We're not finished yet. About an hour and 15 minutes left to stream for you tonight, guys. Don't go anywhere. And this is the first time we've seen Vinny play in a while, James.
yeah, we haven't seen him play in the last 2 or 3 minutes. This time, though, pretty nice hands. And flops some potential. Jagger in there with the E9. He's got the gut shot with backdoor flush draw. And overcard the board. It looks like Vinny's going for a raise here, which is kind of interesting. Repping a pretty strong hand, if so.
Yeah, now this is really cautious play. This is really dangerous play here from Vinny. We've not seen him take the aggressive line post-flop like this before. And look at this for the card.
But he just gets there, so yeah.
Well, there's still got to be some action because Jagger's holding the king of hearts. The problem with inflating the pot with an 8-high flush draw is sometimes we're going to be continued against some higher hearts and we can make a flush and be in a bloated pot and be in a terrible spot. However, this time, he's not going to run into a bigger flush, but Jagger's got some outs here. Now, does Vinny decide to extract some more value on the turn?
Yeah, I mean, also the board paired, of course, is a factor. But yeah, once you've raised flop and you find this turn, it seems to make sense to keep firing. And not much Jagger can really do here other than call, surely. I mean...
Well, I mean, I'd have liked to have seen Jagger find a fold on the flop. I mean, the raise size was large from Vinny.
Yeah.
And when you're going to face a turn bet, I mean, on what card are we really, really happy? There can only be 3 jacks that have not a heart, right? Even then, we still might not win. But look at this! And
wow.
How's your luck today, sir? Backdoors into the king high flush. And this is one where I'd love to see Jagger lead all in. A very well-timed lead, sir. Now Vinny is going to be in an absolute world of hurt. Rolling round in his chair, hating life. What has happened to me? And Vinny has developed some frustration over the last few hands. He's sick to his stomach. He kind of knows, but can he lay it down?
We've seen him flicking a call a little bit too quickly in these spots a couple of times, so it would be good to see him just take a little bit of time rather than just flicking in the frustrated call. So he has to recognise that he's only beating bluffs here. And gotta say, it would be a pretty ballsy bluff here by Jagger. And
yeah, I'm really struggling to piece together a bluff here. To be honest, James, we've got to remember Jagger's called a huge raise on the flop. It's difficult to find which hand he can show up with here to turn into a bluff. However, Vinny is definitely going to be feeling frustrated here. He's definitely going to feel like he's got the best of it on the turn. And now he's just wondering, how unlucky am I? Can he find a way to throw the cards away? It's really
might be
well.
whipping out the cycle here. He is.
Yeah, it's
It just
really
looked like he was flicking the chips in, but perhaps it's just a bit of frustration.
This is a really well timed lead here from Jagger. Just understanding that Vinny's going to be checking back this river so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's whether Vinny feels like paying up to find out potentially he's scooping what would be a 17k pot.
Realistically, for Jagger to be bluffing here, he has to have turned some made hand into a bluff, like ace. I can't, like you say, it's really hard to find bluffs, but it would have to be like a black
like
ace jack or something
king
like that.
queen, king queen repping a boat or something like that. And again, our players on this table are
ace
going to
10
find
would
those
make some
plays.
sense, I suppose, for that reason, but it looks like he is going to find the fault.
I might be wrong.
You have to give him some credit there.
There you go. That absolutely pained Vinny to see. If he sees the 9 of diamonds, he's going to feel sick.
I might be wrong, but I think that was a good river for you.
He did recognise in the end that he really wasn't beating very much at all.
And there you go, just like that, out of nowhere. Did anybody expect that pot to get so big? Not me. I tell you what, it was a fun one to watch. And again, Vinny and Jagger at each other's throats, as they have been for a lot of tonight. Again, we can see tonight our average VPIP is in the 50s. Everybody taking their chances on the stream. There's only a few hours of play for them, making the absolute most out of it. So Neil Godfrey has asked, what's he thinking about? Yeah, again, Neil, as we talked about before, it's really, really tough. I mean, he just has an 8-high flush. For a lot of players, people can think, well, what are you waiting for? There's so many hands that beat you, but he's essentially bluff catching with a few of the hands that he could turn into a bluff. So like a king, queen, a trips trying to get a heart to fold, representing the full house. Maybe an ace-10 blocking 2 full houses, trying to get a hand like Vinny's to fold. There is some bluff there, but it's whether the players in this game are going to find those moves. George Jung says, I want the moves like Jagger. Yeah, having lots of fun today on stream. Really nice to relax and have some fun and let the action flow away. But can also be intuitive as well to talk about some of the hands and break down some of the things that we see. As you can see, a lot of the lines we're seeing tonight are very unorthodox, as they have been on previous streams as well. All players playing for fun. And I'll tell you one thing for free, everyone is doing that for sure. Having fun, James?
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, it's kind of tiring, isn't it? Commentating on a stream like this, constantly following the action. But no, it's been really good.
So we've actually gone to over 45k in play now. This game really just is endlessly growing. Unfortunately, we only have around half an hour left to cover for you guys tonight. But if this hasn't been enough for you, every Thursday 7:30 p.m. DTD are going to be hosting a 5-10-25 on DTD Live. I'll be happy to cover you through a lot of that action. Really tough to turn this stream off once you open it and you see exactly what's going on in Nottingham right now.
Of course, if you do miss any of the action or you fancy going to bed, you can always pick it up again tomorrow. All episodes will remain on YouTube. You can go back and watch any previous streams.
Yeah, always fun to share the thoughts, Neil. We always appreciate them. It definitely funds some sort of conversation on the stream. And can anyone get on this stream? Is there a waiting list? What's the minimum buy-in? So yes, anybody can get on the stream, but you need to go and see Ryan Brodsky and see if there's a place for you. And as the game is 5, 10, 25, I believe the minimum is 2k.
I would imagine that you can find Ryan on Facebook as well through the various DTD groups.
Yeah,
Ryan is still on Facebook and find Ryan, and I'm sure that he would reply to you on Facebook if you can't get to him in person.
Yeah, whether you're online or in person, Mr. Brodsky is a very approachable guy. I'm sure he'd be happy to accommodate. See if you can get your place on the stream, but you've got to have the moves.
Can we get Elmo on the stream? Elmo's got the moves. You might not get that reference given that your age, Charlie.
Yeah, anything that's pre-2000, just don't even bother. It's not going to work.
That's more of a children's TV reference.
Here we go. Vinny's in there with the 7-3 off, flopping a gut shot. We've got a flush draw for Ali and 2 pair for Tom, so a little bit of something for everyone. Again, we could see some fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty strong flop here for Tom. Vinny with a gut shot. Sticks around. Pretty nice spot to just flick in a call for Ali. See what develops. But that's that card is all Tom. It is checked to him. Could consider slow playing this one. What do you think, Charlie?
It's probably a good time to get in the pun for King Hell. Yeah, you could go either way with this one. He could, James. Obviously, you've got 2 very action players in the hand, and I don't know whether I would check this one. You want to charge flush draws, you want to charge King X. I maybe think there's better hands to check here than King 4.
Yeah, that makes sense. Plenty out there can peel off another card, and he does opt to bet.
Yeah, the problem with checking is like you're gonna lose some value from. Like, let's be realistic. Is Vinny ever going to fold a hand like 6-7?
In the 7-3 offsuit here, then betting has to be the best decision.
Yeah, if Vinny's going to flick it in with the 7-3 offsuit, then we don't need to question whether he continue with 6-7 as well.
And Ali saved himself some. Ali saved some money here by not flicking in a call on the turn. Would have got there on the river, but of course Tom with the full house.
Yeah, so really important to bet the hand if Vinny is calling as wide as gut shots here. But there's just so many hands that King 4 can extract value from, like King X, like some pocket pairs, the 6-7s, the heart draws, even the 7-3s. So it's a nice turn size there from Tom, taking down that additional value.
I think the graphics must be.
Yeah, we got a graphic error over there. It seems.
I don't think Vinny called off the a river bet with the 7 high here.
However, Tom seems to be scooping over chips in. Did Vinny do some sort of bluff there? Yeah, Vinny's bluffed it off. We didn't even see it. What's going on? Vinny must have led all in against Tom.
Oh, that was very, very fast as well. I guess that makes sense. He maybe snap all in and then would have obviously been a snap call.
Absolutely bizarre. Vinny's decided to just put Tom to the sword and he sat with a full house. And one of the key parts of the stream just flashed between our eyes there, James.
Well, I mean, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and on this occasion, just ran into the absolute nuts.
I mean, Vinny's recognised he's got no way to win the pot, so you've got to gamble sometimes. The only way to win is go all in, then do it. But this time,
Wow,
Tom showing up with the goods.
happy birthday to Tom there. I mean, just sat there with the full house. Just gets to snap it off.
And Tom, finally something goes his way. He's had a tough start to the stream today. And there you go, just like that.
I mean,
gift of all gifts.
That Vinny now just around break even or slightly losing after having had a pretty good stream for the most part, but did sort of similar. There was a similar-ish hand where did get it in with no equity. With the 9-6 against tens on a 10 high board. And again, the 0 equity bluff.
And there you go, 10 bags up for Nick. 4.2 for Ali, 3.8 for Leo. And not much good news elsewhere. What a session Nick's having today, James.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty happy over there in the corner. And yeah, winning that massive hand. A roller coaster session though for Vinny. And there's not too much time remaining in the screen for him to claw some of his win back. But break even overall, but it kind of feels a bit like a loss when you're up so much in a session to just give it all back. Jagger here with the queens, just takes it at showdown.
So Nick's involved in the cut-off this time. Jagger just decides to call with ace-king. This is a hand that he should be 3-betting this deep, but decides to mix in the call and go multi-way, which is fine.
Yeah, it's slightly surprising from the ace-king there. Just want to 3-bet that pretty much every single time. Not really the kind of hand you want to slow play pre-flop in this position, I would suggest. But
and Nick
Jack here is going to feel pretty good about that hand.
Yeah, Nick wants to bet much bigger here. He left at the 30% pot, playing 5 ways on a board that can just change so much. Any spade, any 10, any 9, any king, you know?
Yeah, quarter pot.
However, that's not going to change it in a way he doesn't like. He makes the absolute stones. But it's going to be tough to find any additional value here from Jagger. I mean, ace-king beats some hands, right? And this shouldn't be a good river for Nick, having said that, after he checked back the flop.
The run out is such that...
Well, yeah, to be honest, I'm not surprised to see this, James. Jagger does peel it off because when Nick bets this river, the jack is actually a really bad card for him, given the fact he checked back the flop. So, Nick basically repping queen, jack or nothing there, so it seems to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Slightly tricky with that tiny bet on the turn as well.
Yeah, it just makes no sense. It's like queen, jack or nothing. This is a spot where Nick could actually go much, much bigger here, given the fact he only really has one meaningful value hand. However, target an ace-king there, and ace-king happy to oblige to that bet. Definitely does beat a host of hands, and a nice bet from Nick. And when you make full houses in Texas Hold'em poker, you usually make a lot of money. And that's been the story tonight for Mr. Nick. And this is going to be our final dealer change for the night. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream as much as we have so far. Very, very crucial to note that this is still a work in progress with DTD. Investing a lot of time and money into making the streams as enjoyable as possible for its viewers. And really just building up the stream world again at DTD. And so far, it is going fine. Really nice to be a part of. And if you like what you see and you're a Cash Game Stream fan, 7:30 PM every single Thursday. Let's see what the remainder of the night unfolds.
You can choose one. You can choose one. No. I had a good hand. No. I had a good hand. Say that, bud. I think this gentleman is as well. I think this gentleman is as well. It usually goes on till about 12, doesn't it? Yeah. I'm only going so I can make. It usually goes on till about 12, doesn't it? Yeah. I'm only going so I can make a very nice restaurant. There's 3 women waiting for me at this restaurant. As you can, 3 women waiting for me at this restaurant. As you can appreciate.
Sorry, ladies, there's already 3 in the queue, so
What's 300 quid
you
to a man of your
you
means?
got some competition.
What's 300 quid to a man of your means?
It'd be interesting to note what the dress code for this restaurant might be, James.
You might have to do a couple of those buttons up, perhaps. We have seen Leo do a bit of limping this evening. I believe he limped the king jack suited earlier on. Now allows him to limp deuces, I suppose, without it being too much of an exploitable thing to do. And Tom had taken the pre-flop aggression and will just bet his middle pair to presumably take this one down.
He's always got it, that Tom. He's always got it, that Tom. Flush. Every full house, hand you can imagine, he's had it already. Every hand you can imagine, he's had it already. No. He ran bad until he started hanging around with. He ran bad until he started hanging around with. the man that is not going to be mentioned. A lot of his the man whose name cannot be spoken, Tom. You know whose the man whose name cannot be spoken, Tom. You know whose name
Oh, he said it! Oh no! Oh, he said it! He said it! He said it! He said it! Oh no! He said it! He said it! He said it!
That's like saying
he said it.
The boogeyman's name. That's like saying the most talentless poker player I've ever come across. The most talentless poker player I've ever come across. Honestly, it's just unbelievable. I've got a loaf of bread in the fridge that has got more talent than he has. I've got a loaf of bread in the fridge that has got more talent than he has. And it just runs and that helps. Yeah, man, you got to preserve the bread, innit? And that helps. Yeah, man, you got to preserve the bread, innit?
You got to give him this. It's quite funny. I've got a loaf of bread in my fridge that's more useful than you. I'm going to use that shout next time someone's insulting towards me, James.
Yeah, I think that one.
If you can certainly feel the burn, right?
I'm just not sure if he was talking about me or not. I mean, it's possible.
Is that yours? Oh, nobody wants to hear what he says. Is that yours? Oh, nobody wants to hear what he says.
Vinny pushing the action a little bit now towards the end of the stream. Maybe aware that there's not too many hands left.
Yeah, mate, you can have mine. Yeah, mate, you can have mine.
But Leo finds a real hand. So will be interesting to see if Vinny continues in this hand. But
Vinny's not going nowhere. Let me tell you. Don't worry about that.
I mean, we saw earlier managed to get it all in pre with the 10-7 off this time, the 10-8.
So the decision that Vinny has here is whether to call or go all in. Confirm he will not be folding the 10-8 off.
I think you're probably right, and I guess we're more likely to see him call.
And Vinny just deciding to Hollywood here, just trying to not give away he's got the 10 high. And there we go, he's gone all in as
he's all in.
What a guy this guy is. I'm not going to curse anything, but let's just have a sweat, right? Let's go for 7-9-4.
Yeah,
there you go, we got ourselves a sweat, James. We got ourselves a sweat.
Oh, you got his king. Oh, you got his king.
Not which
drawing to aces and to nines only is Vinny.
It's a good flop for his king. Eh?
Oh, the queen has been removed.
Well, we don't know what's happened there.
Oh, okay.
And another queen's
coming.
Okay.
Queen?
I don't know.
Wow.
We don't know what's happened there, but we know an ace or a 9 will win.
A misdeal would be about the best thing that could happen for Vinny right now. That would be an excellent outcome. Given his equity in the hand, drawing now to 7 outs.
What is it, Jack 10? What is it, Jack 10?
There's potentials that the FRID and the table hasn't picked up the queen, that's why the dealer's placed it down again.
The slow roll, I mean, it's got to be coming now, right? After
is
this
it coming?
time.
Oh, no, it's something that looks like an ace, but it's not something that's going to help Vinny. And that is going to set him more into the red. And even though he's been very entertaining today, I think that's all we're going to see from Vinny today. Very, very frisky player, but not the session he was hoping for. After being up a decent amount early doors, that's going to be Vinny's exit.
Yeah, and the
last 3 at 20 past. Last 3 at 20 past.
Undoing just in a spiraled a little bit in a couple of hands towards the end there. Did have some momentum and the look on his side towards the beginning of the stream. But a very ambitious bluff that was called in the blink of an eye. Left him with about the stack he started with, and now felted. With just a few minutes remaining of the stream. Looks like Ali's just flopped the nuts here, but sort of we've seen this a few times today where players have flopped flushes, and I guess the thing when you flop a dodge is it can be difficult for your opponent to have dodges going back. That is the situation here.
Typical.
Ali will be disappointed to see two quick folds.
Typical.
And it's probably just costed Ali about £200 or £300 with Vinny just not being in the game this hand.
I flopped the coconuts.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, there's a few players on this game that are definitely not shy to splash about. It's been really good fun to watch. In poker, people have got to win, people have got to lose, but I mean, all are definitely happy to take part in this 5, 10, 25. And you can too. Head over to Ryan Brodsky in the card room if you're excited to get involved in one of these lineups. Go and get your name on the list and we'll see if we can get you in next week's game.
Tom taking that small pot down there with a bet on the flop.
Nobody else wants to see these lot. Nobody else wants to see these lot. Right, keep it there, yeah?
Ali posing for the camera.
It's a bit too close, that. I think it's close between me and Jagger. Tom's obviously at the bottom of the list. Which is ironic, he's at the bottom of the list. At least he's consistent. At least he's consistent. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. Look at that smile.
Clear to see that Ali is just enjoying his time on the stream. We're glad Ali's enjoyed it.
Oh, you've always got that.
Yeah, he's got those chirping checks, hasn't he? He's had a pretty winning session. Feeling good. Yeah.
I've actually played with Tom a couple of times myself, and he seems like a kind of guy who doesn't really care. You can kind of needle him all you like. He's still gonna have a good time.
Yeah, that's good.
Understands that he is a very good post-flop operator, good knowledge of the game, and always gonna win in the long run, even when things aren't going his way. Really nice to see him on the streams, performing.
And Nik making 2 pair in his hand, but no action for him. Just takes down a small one. Playing 500 now. We've seen a few players get felted and not return. And these are the remaining 5.
What a guy. I like his style.
Gonna be heading up to the last 3 hands very, very shortly, but the action's still not finished yet. In a split second, thousands of pounds could be getting shifted across the table, so don't look away just yet. It's been an eventful stream tonight. Still not quite yet finished.
So Leo defending the struggle with the always very pretty Jack-10 suited, and flops bottom pair and an up and down straight draw. Nik just with the ace high and the gutter ball. Just continue. See this one go and check. It does. And the straight does get there. on the river, so will be a straightforward value bet for Leo.
Dry toast.
Flush does get there, but not too much action to this point, and should be an easy lay down.
This one for you, yeah? 10 jack, 10 jack.
So Nick, the big winner in the game today, sitting on 14k.
You're on the button, Tom. You're on the button, Tom. Optimum.
So it looks like the players trying to get something going just before the stream ends, but Jagger taking that one down with the Ace King pre-flop. Looked like Nick was trying to get a bit frisky there, but James finding the Ace King.
Get aces when he's got kings. Aces that's when he's got kings. That's what you got to do. When he's got aces. Proper set when he's got aces. I'll try. This. How are we going to do in the car park? How are we going to do in the car park? I'll play with the client. I'll play with the client. Hey. Side put 500 in.
So King, Queen in the big blind, and the Jagger out the straddle is 3-bet of 500, I believe. This is interesting.
Tom here thinking about it in the big blind, so in the bigger straddle. Just flicking the King Jack offsuit. Maybe a bit of an awkward spot here for him with King Jack.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if we've had the issue with the action tracker here, but this does seem like I don't think I've seen Tom cold call a 3-bet at all over the first couple of sessions we've seen him play. Interesting to see what has actually happened here.
With the holdings, yeah, I mean, it does seem like, if you look at Jagger 3-bet here, like he's 3-bet Ali with those pink chips.
It looks like Tom did go for the cold call with the King Jack off.
Yeah. And it is rewarded, or at least potentially, although this is an action flop.
Right at the end, at the death. Look at this. So after Jagger 3-bets pre-flop, Tom comes in with the cold call. He obviously knows Jagger's up to no good and he can make a top pair hand and extract lots of value. And here he has extracted top pair. And Jagger has a flush draw, and you just don't know what's going to happen here. Like, we could see an all-in at some point again, depending on how the board runs out. King of Hearts on the turn would be nice.
If Jagger decides to check raise here, it could get interesting. A pretty small bet here, though. Quarter pot by Tom. Jagger just opting to call. So unlikely to see the chips flying in now.
Yeah, I really like Tom's sizing on the flop there. Just electing for 25%. Doesn't want to condense Jagger's calling range to strong hands only. Definitely does want an attack. In a 3-bet pot, once check 2, small in position with a lot of his range. But here he's actually pretty high up with the King Jack. Jagger really does have to be wary though of jacks and 10s. Like, Tom can definitely plausibly have these holdings. And on the river.
Not the river card that Tom was looking for. Can Jagger find a way to win this pot?
Jagger has to blast this river, James. It's gone check. No, Jagger has to blast this. I mean, having the king of clubs in hand is not ideal. Like, this is a card we'd rather Tom have. But we're never going to get to showdown and win king high. And definitely can still have aces in our range and block king, queen, etc.
It's a pretty good river card to rep, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, however, we're not expecting them to do checking on flop and turns with aces. However, can't just wave the white flag with king high there, I don't think. But Tom taking down the pot there after cold call and pre with the king jack off.
So this might be the last hand of the evening, Charlie.
Yeah, it looks like it could be that time, and the card almost exposed there. We wouldn't need any of those shenanigans at the end of the night. Ali again remaining balanced with his limp range as he has for the whole night, with the Jack 9 suited, and Nick happy to check over his option with a load of trash, and this is going to do it for Ali.
Cheers guys, all picture.
And I believe that is all we have for you tonight, folks. It has been an absolute pleasure to be able to guide you through the 5, 10, 25 action here at Dusk Till Dawn. I, Charlie Reid, was joined tonight by James Atkin in the booth. It's been very, very fun. James, you've been amazing. Thank you very much for joining us.
A pleasure, Charlie. Thanks very much for having me.
See you all again next week. If you want to find out what else has happened at Dusk Till Dawn, head over to the Dusk Till Dawn Casino website. All the information will be there, and I'll be excited to see some more familiar faces at Dusk Till Dawn and some new ones. Thank you for watching.